Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. I believe we can start our meeting. Can I check from Shanaz what apologies we have this morning?
Good morning, Chairperson and everybody on the platform. So the apologies today we received were one from the Minister who's accompanying the President in Namibia. We've got an apology from the Deputy Minister who's speaking at the opening event today. And then also the DG submitted an apology, but I did see him online, so maybe they'll explain what's happening in that regard, Chair. Other than that, those are the apologies. And from the member side, it's just Ms. Chachau from the DA that submitted the apology. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Shanaz, for those apologies. The DG has indicated that he has just a slight commitment at the union buildings that should take an hour, so he'll join that meeting and then he'll come back to us, but he will be with us most of the meeting. Colleagues, today we will go through the annual performance reports or annual reports of the Department of Science and Innovation. Together with their entities, we'll interact with TIA, the South African National Space Agency. Those are the three briefings that we will receive today. We should be done by 2 o'clock. And we really look forward to very fruitful engagements. We're hoping there'll be a lot to present on in terms of progress that has been made in the focus areas that the committee has had, and I don't think those are new to the department and to its entities. I think colleagues are well aware of what we have been hoping to see in terms of progress and transformation of the sector, of the national system of innovation, in terms of having greater impact that is meaningful, and just really bringing meaning to the clean audits that we're bound to see from this department and its entities. So really, we look forward to the reports that we will receive today. I'd like to afford the DG Mdraga to an opportunity to make some remarks, and then we will hand over to the AG and then back to the department, TIA, and then SANSA. Over to you, DG.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. And again, I apologize for this meeting that I have to attend at the Union Building. It's on security issues. So first point is we are grateful to engage with the committee because you always give us great support during the allocation of the resources to the department and its entities, which we greatly appreciate and which we don't take for granted. And secondly, we hope that we will be able to, one, show that these resources have been managed prudently, and the AG could testify to this, and the fact that
recording in progress.
We've got a clean audit, and something we don't take for granted, and something that we work hard to try and maintain as a sign of showing both confidence to yourself as a committee, but also to the public, that the public resources are managed properly. Thirdly, we also, of course, hope to indicate to you some highlights of the achievements that we have achieved for this year. But as the committee knows, this is part of a long and an ongoing journey. In some of the areas, we've made progress. In some of the areas, we're not where we would like it to be, but we continue to look at how best we can address some of the things that you have raised with us and where we feel also we are not there yet. But thank you very much for the opportunity. As you've indicated, Chair, I may not do the presentation done. We'll do the presentation, but as soon as I'm done with the meeting, I'll join and listen on the discussion as well as during the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Can I just note Honorable Shikwambana's hand? Honorable Shikwambana.
Honorable Chair,
I'm not sure because my network was not proper when the apologies were sent. I wanted to understand, do we have minister in the meeting? Because seemingly minister is always apologizing in all our meetings, and it becomes a norm and problematic. So we are not going to move forward like that. I just want to understand if the minister is part of these meetings, and why always when these apologies are made are not tested whether they should be taken or not, because some of these apologies are just frivolous, and then week in and week out, all in our meetings, we receive the same message, apologies without them being tested. I just wanted to check that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shikwambana. The apology, Shanaz, can you read the apology again from the minister? I think Honorable Shikwambana says he wasn't in the meeting.
I was in the meeting, network problem, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Shikwambana, the minister is accompanying the president on the presidential visit to Namibia. On Wednesday, he was in cabinet. And definitely we agree that there must be greater effort made by the executive to honor these meetings. And that concern raised by yourself, Honorable Shikwambana, is a shared concern. All right, I'd like for us to then move to the AGSA. Honorable Litsie, is that hand? Okay, let me note the hand. Honorable Litsie.
No, good morning, Chairperson, to yourself and all honorable members and everybody on the platform. I was just saying on a lighter note that maybe Honorable Shikwambana believes that the minister is not with the president, is somewhere, maybe they are together somewhere. So that's why he's sharing the
Honorability. Honorability. Please be yourself.
Honorable
Can we
Chair.
get back to the day? No, Honorable Shikwambana, that honorability is extremely out of order. Your concern is noted. It's very important that particularly these processes where the department has to be reporting back to us on how they've used the resources that we have voted for is a very important exercise. And ideally...
Chair, there's always a trend and I'm always...
Honorable Shikwambana, are you interrupting me when I'm speaking?
No,
Can
because
you
I
afford me an opportunity to conclude?
All the apologies are not tested from the
Are
floor.
not tested on what, Honorable Shikwambana?
That's what I wanted us to, because people will just give apologies and those apologies are not tested, whether they are apologies that must be accepted by the very same meeting or by the very same committee or not.
Honorable
That's my
Shikwambana.
Lydia is out of order.
Honorable Shikwambana, the minister is accompanying the president of the Republic on a state visit to Namibia. The DM is launching a program. I'd like us to move forward, colleagues. We collectively agree, colleagues. I want to state this unequivocally, Honorable Shikwambana. We agree as a collective, as a committee, that it is very important that the executive be part of such meetings. Unfortunately, we cannot halt our work. We can't wait for them to come back from Namibia in order for us to continue with our work. We have to continue with our work. The AG is here. The DG is here. They have brought forth these reports and we must interact with them and we must make our recommendations, which will be debated in the House as well, where we want to believe there cannot be any apology. So I really want us to continue with the work that we have been tasked with, but without taking for granted the fact that the executive must be part of these meetings and there must be greater effort made by the executive to attend committee meetings. And that is a shared concern. I'd like to then hand over to the AGSA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. and all the colleagues from the auditees within the science and innovation portfolio, and all invited guests. My name is Mpali Tsotedzi. I'm the acting business unit leader that is looking after the audits of science and innovation, amongst others. I'm joined this morning by Nozipho Mkhofe, who was the senior manager auditing the portfolio and currently the acting deputy business unit leader within the National Sea Business Unit in AGSA. Honorable Chair, thank you for this opportunity to allow us to present the audit outcomes for the portfolio. We're hoping that the insights that we bring to the committee will assist you as you prepare for the oversight work relating to the budgetary review and recommendations report. We start off, Chairperson, with our mandate as the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa. We exist to strengthen this country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the audit work that we are doing with the aim of building public confidence. Chairperson and members, we are currently implementing our strategy within the Auditor General of South Africa, which is termed Culture Shift 2030. And we are saying that we all have a role to play as an accountability ecosystem towards ensuring that the citizens of this country do benefit from the democracy that we enjoy, and in that, linking it with our mandate of building public confidence. At a high level, Chair, I just want to emphasize that when we say we all have a role to play, we're including ourselves as the Office of the Auditor General in ensuring that the work that is done by the public sector shift the lived realities of the citizens of this country. We have the leadership and decision makers that really starts from lower levels as officials that must on a daily basis implement the right checks and balances to ensure that there's credible reporting, but also ensuring that they are delivering on the mandates. We have senior managers that are responsible for monitoring the activities, ensuring that everything is done in line with legislation and working towards achieving what is sitting in the annual performance plans of the entities within respective portfolios. And we also have independent assurance providers like internal audit and audit committee that are there to support accounting officers and authorities in ensuring that the effective internal controls that would ensure that there's a basis for delivering on the mandates and for complying with legislation. And of course, accounting officers are running as the administration in delivering on the mandates, and also they have an important role in terms of the PFMA to ensure that there's corrective actions if things are not working as desired, or if there are irregularities whereby they must enforce consequence management. And of course, the executive authority has oversight over the portfolio, and they must also support then the accounting officers and authorities in delivering on the mandates. On the right-hand side, we have the supporting departments and also oversight. And this committee today is providing that part of their role in the ecosystem of conducting oversight. And Chairperson, as I indicated, as the Auditor General, we are part of this ecosystem, and our role will be to provide you with insights, as we have done with the administration, whereby we've shared our reports and shared our recommendations to address areas that need further improvement. And with that, we're hoping to influence them to drive the right actions towards delivering on their mandates to ensure that our citizens do benefit from the democracy that we enjoy. But we're also saying that, Chairperson, if accounting officers or authorities are not then heeding the recommendations, we'll also use our enforcement mandate, which is through the material irregularity process, to then drive them towards implementing the actions that would ensure that all that we do is focused towards the citizen. Chairperson, at this point in time, I'll hand over then to Nozipho to take us through the portfolio outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Mbali. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Apologies about that. Started moving. Let me just move a bit. I will switch off my camera to the network. Good morning again, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues from the AGSA and DSI portfolio, and everyone that is on the call. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to present to the audit, to the committee. Chair, if you look at the slide, we speak about the recommendation that are coming from the previous year. And the Chair, recommendation mainly it was to track the action plan that AGSA Accounting Authority has to do in addressing the previous qualification, and also to monitor. I just check about that. What is happening with my slide today? And Chair, also to monitor the culture of consequence management, and also to ensure that best practices and preventative controls are maintained and improved where required, and also to monitor the action that were taken by HSRC board to resolve the material irregularities. Chair, we have noted the improvement in terms of the audit outcomes, especially at HSRC. And that is because the committee does meet with the portfolio to provide oversight. And that's assisted in terms of, the other entities continuing to attain the audit outcomes. Chair, on this slide, we look in terms of the audit outcomes. You can see that there has been a slight regression over the administration term when we compare to where we started in 2019-20, where all the entities were on clean audit. However, if you compare the prior year and the current year, we can see that ASI, CSIR, and NRF have maintained their clean audit, which is really commendable because you can see that they have maintained the clean audit for the four years now in a row. Here, the clean audit indicates that there is a well-governed, sound risk management and strong internal control. Therefore, clean audit really is a solid foundation for service delivery for the benefit of our country. And Chair, it does not guarantee that the service delivery is at a required level. So in these entities that are obtaining and continue to attain clean audit, management and leadership should focus on ensuring that their core mandates are supported by indicators and targets, and that there is a benefit and the impact to the citizens of South Africa. Chair, when you look at HSRC, there has been a major improvement. If you look at the previous year, where it's qualified audits with findings. However, in the current year, the audit outcome is sitting on unqualified with findings. And this is due to HSRC being able to resolve the qualification that was on the leave accrual and other findings that were on the financial statement and SAM, as well as consequence management. Sorry, Chair, I don't know what is happening with my slides today. Apologies about that. Chair, this year, you will see that HSRC resolved the qualification, resolved the SAM and the consequence management funding. And this is a massive improvement. And then this is mainly due to the action plan that was monitored and also the appointment of the permanent CFO assisted, and she was hands-on during the audit. Okay, the following slides will look in terms of the portfolio performance. Commendable again, the department and its entities submitted the annual performance report that was valid, accurate, and complete, as we did not have any material findings that were reported during the year. Chair, this slide highlights the performance of the department and its entities. In the graph, we highlight that DSI and NRF did not achieve 20% of their key mandate, while HSRC did not achieve 9% of those. We highlight the targets. I will not read them in terms of DSI, CSIR, and HSRC and NRF. And then we highlight their impact in terms of the South African citizens. We note some of these targets are driven by external demand. However, their achievement could result in a shortage in the critical skill resources that we need to develop in our country. And the non-achievement of this target could affect the department in terms of contributing to human capital in science and innovation and economical development of our country. We also highlight that the department and entities should focus on performance as they are getting the financial and the reporting part right, which creates the solid foundation, as I've mentioned before. Chair, on this slide, the following slide, 2 slides, I would not go through them as they highlight the key targets that the department and its entities did not achieve and their reasons. And you will find this also in their annual performance report. Chair, on this slide, we highlight the key insights on skills and unemployment. Its strategies and budget, the government always reiterates that education and skills development is a priority to eradicate unemployment and poverty. However, if you look at South Africa, we have more than 36% that is unemployed, and out of that, 64% is youth, and that youth include the graduates or people that have skills. We're just emphasizing that the integrated planning in education and skills sector will facilitate the quality education and response to skill development program that meets the market needs. And therefore, it will reduce the unemployment in our country. On DSI and NRF, we have noted that over 6,600 postgraduate students were given bursaries, and over 3,000 researchers were given research grants, and this amounted to 2.25 billion that was spent in this program. We had a discussion with the department and the entities management, and what we observed during the audit is that NRF and DSI does not really track the postgraduate qualification if they are completed on time, and that the NRF and DSI does not really track the funded graduate student and researchers after completing their studies, if they are employed or if their science discoveries are making impact in South African citizens. terms of our recommendation to management is that they should consider tracking the funded student and their career progression and the impact on employment, thus contributing to reducing poverty, unemployment, and inequality in South Africa. And also, they should consider measuring the funded research outputs and their impact into South African citizens. We also noted that the portfolio does not track the investment in science and innovation versus the impact and livelihoods of citizens, and that they should consider tracking that investment and the benefit. While some of this function might be outside the mandate of the portfolio, it will assist to measure the impact of the citizen in the portfolio. This slide look in terms of what we call material irregularities. I will call it MI going forward. So there is a definition of an MI, and the definition has three parts, really. The first part is that there must be a non-compliance, there must be a contravention with the legislation, or fraud or theft or breach of fidelity of duty. And the second part is that we must have identified this during the audit. The last part and most important part is that it will result or likely to result in a material financial loss, misuse of or loss of material public resource, or it's a substantial harm to the public institution or the general public. Here, in the portfolio as a whole, we have one MI. I would like to commend the portfolio that we haven't really last year picked up additional MI. This MI is coming from the previous financial audit. The MI relates to HSRC, where the payroll system was not updated to align with changes in tax legislation. And this resulted in SARS being underpaid. As a result, HSRC was underpaying SARS. In this MI, Chair, there has been a significant progress that has been made by the accounting authority. In January, they paid SARS 9.1 million of the outstanding tax that they owed. And unfortunately, the 9.1 million included 2.5 million that was interest. So the interest attracted fruitless and wasteful expenditure. To date, Chair, 4 million has been recovered from the current employees, and 2.4 million is still to be recovered. We have noted that the internal control and the processes have been strengthened to prevent the reoccurrence. The accounting authority is taking appropriate action to deal with the MI. Hence, they have also conducted an investigation in terms of, especially relating to the 2.5 million that was paid relating to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The investigation is completed, and the accounting authority is still considering the next step that they will take with regards to the investigation process. The recommendation to the portfolio here, Chair, Honorable Chair, is that please continue to engage with the accounting authority to determine what is the progress that is made in terms of recovery of the remaining losses. And also, if the recovery is feasible, and if it's not feasible, especially with regards to the interest that has been paid. The next slide will look in terms of the financial and compliance issues for the portfolio. For the department chair, we have noted that there are good management control relating to proper recording, daily and monthly recording, as well as compliance with monitoring. In regards to the year-end reporting, we had an issue at HSRC where they submitted the financial statement that contained material misstatement, but it was corrected during the year. We want to highlight that reliable and credible financial statements are essential to inform the decisions that are made by management and other stakeholders. In terms of the financial health, we see that the average debt collection period is 49 days for it, the entities in the department, and that the entities' debts are recoverable. We also highlight the 2.5 million and other 1,100,000, and that was relating to fraudulent and wasteful expenditure at HSRC relating to the MI that we have discussed above. The average creditors payment date for the portfolio is 39.2 days, and DSI and SANSA had a credit payment period that was more than 30 days. However, this way few transactions. In terms of the department, we reconcile modified cash basis to accrual for the department to make a meaningful analysis of the financial of the department. And we have noted that the creditors were greater than available cash at DSI. The available cash was 30 million, while when you compare it to the creditors, it was 116 million. And also that the DSI ended up with an accrual adjusted deficit. HSRC also ended up with a deficit, but it was due to expenses that were incurred against the previous year surplus, and they did obtain approval from National Treasury to use surplus. On overall, Chair, we assess and conclude that the financial health of the portfolio as a whole is good, and that there are no indicators of going concern issues. On compliance with key legislation, Section 55 of the PFMA requires that the financial statement that are submitted by the entities are prepared, and they are fairly presented. As HSRC submitted the AFS that contained material misstatement, it did not comply with this section. However, if you compare to the previous year, there has been an improvement. At HSRC, is only one item was materially misstated this year. In the previous year, there were others that were materially misstated. Chair, on this slide, there was a National Treasury Instruction 4, which came into effect on the 3rd of January. Basically, this instruction changed the disclosure requirement, and the disclosure moved from the AFS to the annual report. And everything that in terms of the movement, the condonment and write-off was moved to the annual report. And the committee will need to look at the annual report in order to exercise their oversight with regards to how the entities and the departments have dealt with the irregular expenditure. We did not audit this information. However, we did look at it in the annual report in order for us to conclude on consequence management. Chair, we have seen a slight increase in the annual irregular expenditure, with HSRC contributing to 29 million of that, and CSIR contributing 1 million. And we also highlight the impact in terms of reaching the 5 pillars of procurement. Chair, on consequence management, we looked at how previous irregular expenditure has been dealt with in terms of the 70 million. Chair, you can see that 10 million has been written off at HSR, it's NRF. And when you look at the remaining 57 million, we see that it hasn't been condoned, it hasn't been written off or removed, or the money has not been recovered. And this is because there has been some investigations, and they are awaiting condonment or removal. HSRC, CSIR, and DSI, and this is why we didn't raise any concerns in terms of them dealing with the irregular expenditure. This slide highlights the other entities that are included in the science and innovation portfolio, but we do not audit in terms of the Section 43 of the Public Audit Act. However, we do provide oversight over these entities. SANSA and AGSA maintain their unqualified audits with no findings, which is clean audit, while TIA regressed from clean to unqualified with findings. And really it's because TIA submitted financial statement that had material misstatement, but they were able to correct them during the audit. This slide highlights the root causes recommendation and key messages to the portfolio. In terms of root causes, we noted that at HSRC, they're still struggling with preparation of the financial statement, and there's also an ongoing MI. And the recommendation is there for the board to in support with the audit committee to track the action plan and ensure that the actions taken fully resolve the MI. We did meet with the minister, and then he committed that he will monitor the action plan and also monitor how the MI is resolved, and also ensure that the best practices are maintained in other entities to ensure that they maintain the clean audit. Our overall message to the portfolio is that they should oversee the implementation of the action plan, and then track the progress in terms of the control to address the root causes that we have noted, and oversee the action by the board to resolve the MI. And then also, Chair, to ensure that the committee continue to provide oversight with regards to the implementation of the best practices and the preventive control to ensure that entities continue to have the clean administration. Honorable Chair and members, in conclusion, we've seen that the department and its entities have improved, and some entities continue to achieve clean audit, which is commendable. The focus, Chair, should be now to ensure that the portfolio have an impact in terms of improving the lived realities of people of South Africa. Thanks, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. I would like to, at this point, note members who would like to make any comments or have any clarity-seeking questions. Okay, I don't see any hands. That's fine. We can then move directly to the presentation by the department. I believe DDG Dan Toy will lead the segment.
Yes, indeed, I will be. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. I will deliver the presentation, and then DG Madracha should be back when we reach question time. So I'm just going to share my screen. Thank you very much again, honourable members, for this opportunity to present to you on the Department of Science and Innovation's annual report for the financial year 2022-2023. And indeed, as the Honourable Chair indicated in an opening remarks, this is only appropriate because the work we do is because of the funds you have voted for us to work for the people of South Africa. So we have a long presentation, 73 slides in total, so I'll move quite quickly through them in order to provide time for the discussion, but we're still doing justice to the important content. Now, after briefly just reviewing our mission, vision and mission and outcome goals, the focus will then be on the department's performance. First of all, just starting with the longer term look, assessing how we've progressed over the 5-year period of the medium-term strategic framework. Then going into the specific performance for the financial year, and then also spending a bit of time on those targets we have not achieved, looking at the reasons for that and how we can learn and improve in the coming year. And then after that, our CFO, Mr. Robert Shaku, will just take the chair through with a review of our financial performance for the past year, building on the presentation also which the AG just delivered. Now, of course, our vision, not only our vision for the department, I would say that for our country, is that science and innovations should serve our society and increase the well-being and prosperity for all. And it's indeed the Department of Science and Technology's mission, and I would say privilege, to provide leadership and create that enabling environment for science, technology and innovation to prosper in our country in support of our development. Our work is organized on around 6 strategic outcome goals. First of all, of course, we are the custodian of the national system of innovation that sets of relations, public and private, for everyone busy with science, technology and innovation in South Africa. And it's our role to ensure that national system of innovation is transformed, inclusive and responsive to the needs of our country. Of course, it starts with people. We have to make sure our country has the required human resources and skills to support development. It's our core mission to invest that South Africa continues to produce new knowledge and strengthens our innovation capacity. But then very importantly, what do we do with this knowledge? How do we utilize them for economic development and indeed for inclusive social development? And then very importantly, how do we harness innovation in support of making South African state more capable and development orientated? So then going with the review on the performance for the past financial year. And if we look at that first outcome goal of having a transformed and a coordinated and an efficient national system of innovation, the undoubted highlight has been certainly the approval of South Africa's decadal plan, not the department's plan, but South Africa's decadal plan for science, technology and innovation at the end of last year by our cabinet, which creates the strategic framework which should make sure that science, technology and innovation come to its full potential in South Africa over the next 10-year periods. And let me also, Honourable Chair, at this stage express our appreciation for the support and the guidance we received from the honourable members of the committee during the preparation of the plan. I mean, that those engagements certainly served to significantly enrich the development of the plan. But it was not only the approval of the plan. One of the key governance mechanisms of the plan has been the established for the first time of a dedicated interministerial committee to oversee the plan's implementation, and we've had already 2 meetings of that committee. Furthermore, we're hard at work now to finalize the preparation of the convening, I should say, of the first Science, Technology and Innovation plenary. This will be the APAX meeting, which will be chaired by our president and will South Africa's first Skills and Innovation Compact, a high-level series of commitments between the public and private sector. And as perhaps equally as important has been our progress to enhance and ensure more efficient science, technology, and innovation budget coordination in the public sector. I think this committee is as well aware of the disappointment we are experiencing with our continued non-achievement of our targets for R&D spending in South Africa as a percentage of GDP. In 2021, 2022 at 0.62, we're still quite far away from that target of reaching 1.5. And of course, the reasons for that are well known. We've discussed it in this committee. It's the sluggish economic performance, both globally and nationally, but then also suboptimal governance and coordination of public investment in science, technology, and innovation. And our efforts, therefore, is there to enhance this budget coordination with other science, technology, and intensive departments. We know there are departments like agriculture, energy, health, who have an important role to play in investment in science, technology, and innovation. So our focus is how do we coordinate all of that better, including with other tiers of government, provincial and local departments. This slide just indicates, I mean, the significant amount of work which is required in order to increase the investment, even if we only want to achieve 1% of GDP. So during the past financial year, with the very strong support of both National Treasury and the Department of Policy, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, significant progress has been established to put in place the instruments and the frameworks to enhance this internal government budget coordination. This, for example, includes a dedicated task team with the aforementioned departments, which will be working to in a coordinated way, integrated national science, technology, and innovation priorities in the planning cycle across different government departments, and then assess indeed how these departments have incorporated the planning for investment in science, technology, and innovation in their different strategic plans and annual performance plans. So this is a significant move forward with dedicated structures and dedicated work underway to enhance our internal science, technology, and innovation public budget coordination. Now, as I've said, of course, the science and technology and innovation system is dependent on its human capital, and through, for example, the National Research Foundation and our other agencies, it is the mission of the department to invest in growing that human capital. And what the honourable members then see on the screen is the breakdown of the total beneficiaries who have received support during the past financial year. And important focus continues to remain more dedicated focus to ensure that it's not only increasing the numbers, but in a very deliberate way transform also the makeup of our science, technology, and innovation workforce in South Africa. And it's not only the investment in postgraduate students, but it's also making sure that we equip our future knowledge workers with the required skills to be active in the knowledge economy. And that, for example, includes therefore dedicated training in critical aspects such as intellectual property and technology transfer. But of course, we need to have a holistic engagement with training and education, including working with our colleagues in, for example, the Department of Basic Education and through our National Intellectual Property Management Office to also at primary and secondary levels start building awareness of a crucial component such as, for example, intellectual property management, and deepening and strengthening our partnership with the different CETAs. And we're very excited, for example, of the collaboration with the Media, Information, Communication and Technology Sector Education and Training Authority. Very important is, honourable members, that also these interventions in the training sector deliberately seeks to build capacity in our key science and technology and innovation priority areas, and specifically those also then responding to the priority areas identified in the decadal plan. And therefore you would see there's been, for example, been a dedicated investment in areas such as building capacity for new employment opportunities related to the green hydrogen economy, or through, for example, through in agricultural economy. The National Research Foundation also continues to actively support the development of the South African research workforce through a variety of different research grants, as well as annual research infrastructure grants, which are invested in the system. And this very much constitutes the lifeblood of the South African science system. When we then look at knowledge and innovation outputs, the very impressive South Africa continues to puff a bunch its weight when we look at our research performance. In other words, how for example, measured by the publication rate in internationally accredited journals. And it's not only the number of the publications which is important, but also the impact. One of the metrics used for this effect to determine is the citation, how many times these articles are cited. And what we, for example, seen in an area such as the health sciences, where South Africa has renowned research excellence, that South African scientists achieve remarkably high citation rates, which is indicative of the qualitative contribution South Africa makes to global knowledge production. Of course, and this is very much emphasized in our decadal plan as well, that yes, our role is to focus science, technology, and innovation to deliver concrete socio-economic impact, but that in no means lessens our commitment to investment in the basic science and or the frontier sciences. And our flagship investment in radio astronomy through, for example, the Square Kilometre Array, South Africa's hosting of the Global Square Kilometre Array Radio Telescope partnership is testimony to that. And this has also a project which continues to achieve important progress, both in terms of the actual construction of the telescope, in terms of the science being delivered by South Africa's Meerkat telescope, or indeed through the socio-economic benefits, for example, associated with the development of our new astro-tourism program. And we remain most grateful for the good committee members' support for the SKA project, and we were honored to host you last year at the site. Through our National Intellectual Property Management Office, NIPMO, we continue to invest in South Africa's capability to manage and exploit in intellectual property. There are various partnerships, including to facilitate access to, for example, patent databases and different training programs. What this slide does, honorable members, is then just to give you an overview of some of the innovation outputs as managed by NIPMO, the number of intellectual property disclosures which are, for example, being licensed, the institutions involved. You'll see this, for example, important performance from our universities of technology. And this is ongoing work. This is increasing the number of new inventions, and then supporting them in the process through protection and the commercialization of the intellectual property. So why do we, of course, do this? Why it's so important to deliver these innovation outputs? But of course, first of all, they contribute to revenue generation. And honorable members would see the figures there on the screen. They play an important role, including not only through direct, but also through a multiplying effect in job creation. Certainly by promoting the access to these disclosures, they have multiple other benefits for consumer, public or commercial use, and then in the different thematic areas, such as, for example, food security, or in the health area. These are innovations which are translated for concrete benefit for the South African society. But of course, this is ongoing work, because there's a number of interventions which are still required. If we look at the systems of the international system of innovation, many still do not have the required capacities to, for example, support startups or technology incubators. At the policy level, several of our science councils do not yet have the appropriate policies in place to, for example, support startup companies. In our higher education institutions, there's work required to develop and improve the internal approval processes for intellectual property transactions. And we know that often these administrative barriers is exactly that hindrance to IP being commercialized for the benefit of well, first of all, the institution, and then society, and then certainly funding and support for technology development, upscaling, and commercialization has to be increased. So yes, important benefits being gained, but we are well aware of the work which still must be done in responding to a number of these challenges. So these are just some snapshots of examples. More details in the actual text of the annual report. For example, the Brew Spoon project, which is the development of a sweet potato cultivar, which will be an excellent source of carbohydrates. I mean, this is exactly an example for our investment in agricultural biotechnology by having concrete programs which can contribute to food security in South Africa. Of course, crucial to the innovation enterprise is innovation funding for South Africa, and here the ongoing success of our innovation fund, which has become a multiplier through it's almost like a seed DSI investment. We have unlocked significant additional investment, working in partnership with a range of partners, such as, for example, the South African SME Fund, the Public Investment Corporation, or indeed our own Technology Innovation Agency, which has then collectively seen over the past 3 years a total investment of 917 million rand. This has made a significant difference in public as a flagship public-private partnership for supporting innovation in South Africa. As you see on the screen there, honourable members, through of this total investment, the DSI investment of 13%, the overall partnership from the private sector 87%, which demonstrates a leveraging factor of 6 times, which I think is a significant success and a very smart and successful investment of public resources. And of course, it's not only the quantum which is important, but where have we made these investments? As I've said before, the transformation of the science, technology, and innovation enterprise continues to be a non-negotiable priority for the department, and it's very important. Yet more must be done, but the significant percentage of these beneficiaries have been women-led technology enterprises, and supporting for women-led technology enterprises will continue to be a priority for the Innovation Fund. And here is again just another snapshot of one of the success stories in the Tsetsong investment in the Tsetsong tea crafters, which has allowed them to enhance their production, increase their production capacity, and now have gone to profitability and very successful partnerships with major actors within the retail space. The Sawabona biotechnology startup is another example, a good example of how we have the innovators have utilized the diversity of our indigenous South African mushrooms now to develop new biomanufactured functional foods as well as cosmetic ingredients. Again, these are the type of projects which demonstrate what could be done and what should be done by unleashing and unlocking the potential both of our natural resources, but most importantly of the human resources we have in South Africa. If we then look at the direct response of science, technology, and innovation to economic development in South Africa, we see very deliberate and contributions to also the priorities of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and our Agricultural Bioeconomy Innovation Partnership Program is really at the forefront of achieving that. But it's also in digital technologies, for example, and other areas. We've highlighted, for example, the success achieved by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR, for its investment in spatial monitoring technologies, including through the development of unmanned aircraft technology capabilities. I mean, these are it's a good example of investment in science, technology, and innovation, unlocking opportunities in new growth areas of the economy. And one of these new growth areas of the economy is indeed the circular economy. The honourable members may recall strategically the department has invested over many years in a dedicated national waste research and development innovation roadmap. We are seeing important successes being registered through this program, notably by supporting and building the capacities for the waste picker ecosystem. We have also worked with different partners, such as, for example, the Department of Small and Business Development, to provide support and advisory services in a more strategic way to the South African startup communities, also importantly with a regional focus. And this is being done through an initiative known as the Innovation Bridge portal and startup community. Other work include, for example, the investment in 3D construction technology for enhancing the development of human settlements. This is being done with our sister department, the National Department of Human Settlements. If we look at the outcome goal of science, technology, and innovation for social development, I mean, one of our key interventions is to support grassroots innovation, because innovation in South Africa is not only the prerogative or of the established science councils, business sector, but it's also our grassroots innovators. And we have a dedicated program to provide support for young entrepreneurs. Very important here, we pay also attention to the geographic spread. Transformation also has to have a spatial dimension, and we have seen, for example, very exciting work being done through these grassroots entrepreneurs, notably in the digital space, which is the most important investment area. And this slide just gives sort of the holistic perspective of the support we give to grassroots innovators, starting with the idea development, helping them to develop a business, but equipping them with business skills and allowing them access to networking, then continue to support technical prototype and development and ongoing mentorship and compliance. So this is a key intervention which can also make a difference and will make and is making a difference in combating unemployment in South Africa. So this is just an overview of how we the different projects, or rather entrepreneurs, being supported under the Grassroots Innovation Program. Of course, the department has a very active focus on international collaboration in science, technology, and innovation. That's important for South Africa to tap into global experience and expertise, but also to make our own contribution to global knowledge collaboration. And we really have a diverse sector. I mean, you just, on the slide, honorable members, have some indicative examples. I mean, our partnership spans with the global north, the likes of the European Union, very strong investment in the BRICS portfolio, for example, with China, with the Russian Federation, and of course, a strong focus on Africa. We work also as part of a number of global partnerships to advance the Women in Science agenda, through example, collaboration with the United Nations Commission on the status of women. A big focus for the department is to ensure that international collaboration opportunities are available to all actors in the national science and innovation, and therefore specifically helping historically disadvantaged institutions and individuals to access these opportunities. And this is specifically a big focus for us in our collaboration with the European Union. Most recently, some of our flagship work in an international space has been on those decadal plan priorities, such as, for example, the circular economy, where we've just concluded a new partnership with Finland, or, for example, collaboration related to green hydrogen, where a new partnership with Japan rates amongst the highlights. Now, turning our eyes to the specific performance overview for the concluded financial year, the department achieved 80% of its targets, 20% not achieved, and we will, of course, interrogate those reasons, and we'll share that with the committee to see how we can learn, and then also just to confirm, as already presented by the Auditor General, the clean outcome for the department in the depart financial year. Now, of course, it's important not only to measure the annual performance, but to have the longer term perspective. So what we will look at in the next few slides is to just track the department's progress towards the outcome indicators, which are included in our strategic plan this is the plan for the 5-year period of the medium-term strategic framework. Now, honorable members will recall that our first outcome relates to the strengthening of the national system of innovation, where our targets relate to the formalization of partnerships, as well as the introduction of missions. And hereby we really refer to the societal goals to which science, technology, and innovation should respond. Now, significant progress has been made. We are well on the way with achieving the number of formalized partnerships. These are with other government departments, with private sector, and the decadal plan provides the enabling mechanism for that. The decadal plan's approval was the first prerequisite for us to progress on the science, technology, and innovation mission development. So we are not yet able to report on this, but this will happen in future. We already spoke about the target of our investment in GDP. We are certainly, there is no escape, quite below the target of 1.1% at 0.62. But as we've also discussed earlier, a number of investments, rather interventions, are underway, specifically with the business sector to promote their increased investment in R&D. And we're also very grateful for the committee's ongoing support for this endeavor. Minister Nzimande a few weeks ago had a dedicated engagement with the business community to encourage their investment in R&D, and we are confident this will bear fruit. Transformation, of course, features prominently in our role as custodian of the national system of innovation. There's a significant amount of work being done in this regard, as was also indicated by some of the earlier reporting, but our reporting on this target is not yet due, but this transformation framework is now close to finalization, and this will be then reported in the next cycle. If we look at outcome 2, which again the honorable members will recall, looks at our investment in human resource development, and here there are outcome targets, which one has already been achieved, the numbers of artisans and technicians, which as a result of DSI intervention is directly employed. We have achieved important progress towards increasing the representation of women and Black researchers, but certainly more work being done, and a number of new interventions such as the Sibusiso Bengu Development Program, which will support that, as well as also always bearing in mind we're now talking of the targets over the 5-year period. We're well on track also with regard to support for the number of PhD targets, as well as, very importantly, in order to increase capability within the higher education sector, the number of PhD qualified staff being achieved there. I mean, critical to the mission of the Department of Science and Innovation, our enterprise is not one which can be done in isolation. It has to be in close partnership with society at large. So public knowledge about science is a key outcome to be achieved, and there's a lot of work currently underway, different surveys and data collection, which will allow us to report on a numerical basis on our progress towards the achievement of this target. But certainly in recent months, the department has significantly stepped up our public communication effort. There are two outcome indicators for outcome 3. So this is the new knowledge and innovation production. Our first one, South Africa wants to achieve 1% of the global publication output share. This is quite ambitious for a country of our size, but we, as I've said, this is an area where we punch above our weight, and our current achievement is very close to the target at 0.98. So we are very confident we will achieve this target. And then second one related to the industrialization for advancing of the different prototypes with investment here. The target, the current achievement is already surpassing the target of 55%, which indicates to us that, that probably we were not ambitious enough in the target setting. When we look at then outcome 4, this is science, technology, and innovation investment for economic development, outcome target of attracting 100 million rand for investment in key sector areas. We are currently some way to go, and one of the reasons is that some of the sector master plans being developed for different industries in government have been lagging, but that work is being finalized. So this will be a renewed effort for us to continue to work on. The target for investment in small and medium and micro enterprises, startups, that has been completely overachieved, and it's a no small part due to the success of the Innovation Fund on which I spoke earlier. And we have also well on track to meet the target of the number of disclosures which will be commercialized in no small part due to the work being done by our National Intellectual Property Management Office. We had also an outcome target on what we termed new research and development-led industrial development opportunities. This is a new area of work, and there's further work required to refine the definition, which will allow us in a robust way to better track and report on performance here. So we beg respectfully the committee's indulgence for your patience with us in this regard as we continue to work in this area. And then one of the key instruments, of course, the department has to stimulate R&D investment in South Africa is our tax incentive program, where operationally the target has been to significantly improve the pre-approval decision time it takes to take these decisions. The current achievement is still below our target quite a bit, and we are aware that there's significant room for improvement in meeting this target, and the team is hard at work to achieve that. Outcome 5, this is chiefly when we speak about science, technology, and innovation for social development, relates chiefly to our support for grassroots innovation. So we are well on track in terms of the number of grassroots innovation being facilitated for commercialization, but we are not yet in a position to report on our target with regard to access to public finance intellectual property. There's work underway with the sector in order for us to better define the target and collect the data in order to be able to report on this. And then lastly, outcome 6, innovation for capable state, making sure science, technology, and innovation directly speak to the service delivery concerns of South Africans. Is our outcome target. The target over the 5-year period was for 420 innovations, service delivery innovations to be introduced. We're currently at 100. That's falling short of the target. We're very cognizant of that. A number of factors, this is detailed in our report, including funding challenges, which is a reality we cannot escape. relate to this underperformance, but this is an area which the executive of the department is seized with, and will continue to invest in order to step up performance. More positively, our direct support to district and metropolitan municipalities, we have overachieved on the target with that support of technology-based applications. And I think very important, as we said earlier, that science, technology, and innovation is not only an enterprise at a national level, but also at other tiers of government. Then just to conclude, as we reflect in our this year's 80% achievement of targets, recall that in the previous 3 financial years, the respective figures were 87, 88, 92%. Honorable members, despite the number of these outcome targets, where we are perhaps still lagging behind, I think the department is confident that based on this performance and the solid performance in the annual performance plans, that we will be on target to meet the majority of those outcomes. Now, to conclude, before I go to the CFO, of course, we did not achieve all our targets, and we take that very seriously, honorable members, and deep reflection within the department in order for correction, for learning, and seeking which partnerships and internal developments are needed for us in order to improve performance. Broadly speaking, non-achievement of targets can be attributed to 3 categories of factors. One, what we refer to process delays. These are often administrative of nature, and where interventions were, for example, required by parties outside of the department. So these were, and this is not making excuses, because we know we have a proactive responsibility at all time, largely factors which are outside the direct control of the department. Of course, the department is policy, strategy, focus. Then we work in partnership with implementing agencies, implementers, and then often the non-achievement can be due to deficiencies in the implementation phase, including, for example, ineffectiveness of implementers. But again, this does not abscond us from responsibility, because we are responsible for the oversight of the implementers. And then largely, we have to admit that in some there would be elements of deficiencies in the target formulation, which would have then resulted in either an under or a non-achievement of the targets due to different factors during the formulation phase. And under the guidance of the team of DG Zwane and others, I mean, we are hard at work to take on board these lessons. And I think that's the most important, is what are the lessons we learned from the non-performance to ensure those are not repeated. So if we look at very briefly then the targets which were not met, first of all relates to the percentage of prioritized positions which were filled, where we fell quite short. This related to these process delays, internal processes related to advertisement, selection, procedures, and under the leadership of Chief Director Nwenya, and our human resource team has significantly revamped our processes to make sure that we address this falling behind in the filling of important positions. Similarly, also the delays in our manufacturing target for CubeSats. That this can be delayed. These reasons are ascribed to critically some of the loss of capacity in organizations which were responsible for this manufacturing, but it's an intervention we are confident of addressing through our new space infrastructure hub. And then also the number of University of Technology and TVET graduates offer different learning opportunities. We fell short of the target. This was a new target, and therefore perhaps our baseline was not completely evidence-based, but this is again an area through working with the CETA we are addressing. Also falling below target, and for a very similar reason of challenges experienced during the target formulation deficiency, is the underperformance of the number of new disclosures received by NIPMO from public funded research and innovation institutions, and then also underperformance with regard to the capacity building initiatives to specifically support historically disadvantages and individuals to access international cooperation opportunity. And there's more work required. We take responsibility for that in sensitizing and enlisting our international partners in partnering with us in these type of initiatives. Also process delays contributed to underperformance in the number of annual research infrastructure grants which had to be awarded, and that portfolio is being reviewed and under the leadership of DDG Patel to make sure that we now have a robust process in place to ensure that we do not arrive in a situation where investments couldn't be being made, for example, because of non-expenditure. And then the underperformance of the construction of the Meerkat telescope extension antennas. This is a partnership with the Max Planck Institution in Germany, who had financial and logistic challenges of its own, which meant the required components could not be made available. And then lastly, the underperformance in the number of high-level research students supported, again, a process delay because of a budgetary prioritization, which had to be, there was critical support needed for technology diffusion and not technology development, which would be associated with the support for the students. And this target is now being reduced to align it with the focus of the investment. Similarly, poor target formulation, or rather lack of evidence-based target formulation, led to underperformance in the target related to instruments to support increased localization competitiveness from the R&D in industry, and then came close but still underperformed on the target related to innovation support interventions to that strengthen prevention and rural innovation ecosystems. So the team here has been reviewing the process, specifically the methodology of the call for proposals, which caused process delays in the past financial year, and we will therefore address this going forward. And then also the number of pre-approval decisions this is related to the tax incentive, where we have still not achieved the desired turnaround of improving the turnaround time to make sure that happens within the 90 days, as is indicated in the report. The DSI EXCO leadership is very much seized with this matter, and we follow it very closely to ensure, for example, better online systems are better used to improve this system. Honorable Chair, honorable members, and that concludes the presentation on the performance review. Honorable Chair, with your permission, I'm going to invite Mr. Shaku, our CFO, to now talk us through the financial performance. So, Robert, if I could invite you, I will continue to operate the slides so we don't lose time, and you can just indicate when I need to change slides.
Yeah, thanks, DDG. And morning, honorable Chair, morning, honorable members, morning, DSI colleagues, AG colleagues, and colleagues from entities. I will be sharing with you the performance of the department as far as finances are concerned in 22-23 financial year. Let's go to the next slide, please, DDG. For the financial year that we are reviewing, the department was allocated 9.9 billion 145 million and we had donor funds amounting to 95 million, and we collected revenue 688,000. We spent our voted funds. We spent 9,128 million, and from our donor funds we spent 77 million. We have a variance under our voted funds of 24 million, and also under donor funds of 18 million. Members would have seen the details of this spending in the annual report, but we'll share some of them with you. Next slide, please, DTG. We were provided an adjusted budget of 9,145 million. It is split as follows. Under compensation, we were allocated 357 million. Under goods and services, we were allocated 221 million. Under transfers and subsidies, we were allocated 8,554 million. Under payment for capital assets, we were allocated 11 million, and under payment for financial assets, we had only 4 million. Next slide, please, DDG. Our performance, as indicated in the first slide, our intention obviously is to spend the entire budget. Our budget for 9,145, we could only spend 9,121, which is 99.7% of our allocated budget. Our variance was 24 million. It should be 0.3%. Next slide, please, DTG. Under various programs, administration was allocated 345 million. They spent 336 million. They have a variance of 7, which is 2%. Technology innovation, they were allocated 1,897 million. They spent 1,890. They have a variance of 7 million as well, which is 0.4%. ICR, which is International Cooperation and Resources, they were allocated 165 million. They managed to spend 161 million. They have a variance of 4 million, which is 2%. Under research, development, and support, they were allocated 4,983 million. They spent 4,981. They have a variance of 1.8 million, which is 0.8%. Under socio-economic partnership, they had a budget of 1,755 million. They spent 1,751, which is a variance of 3.9 million. Or 0.3%. In total, our variance is, as I've indicated earlier, is 24 million, which is 0.2%. Next slide, please, DTG. In terms of tabulation, that is the tabulation that is aligned to what I've just shared with the committee. I won't go through that. Next slide, please. Under various economic classifications, under compensation, we were allocated 357 million. We spent 340 million. 17 million was not spent, which is 5%. Under goods and services, we were allocated 221 million. We spent 219 million, which is 2.3 million variance, or 1%. Under transfers and subsidies, which is the bulk of our budget, we were allocated 8,554 million. We spent 8,550, which is 4.7 million variance, or 0.1%. Under payment for capital assets, we were allocated 11 million, 162. Apologies there. We should have a variance of 117, which is 1%. Under payment for financial assets, we were allocated 4 million. As I've indicated, we only spent 7, which is 3 million variance, which is in a negative. Next slide, please, DTG. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Robert, for whatever reason, it doesn't want to move.
It's freezing.
Yeah.
You can pass that slide. It's just a tabulation. The reasons for variance, as we've indicated, under compensation, DDG did indicate when he was indicating some of the process delays that contributed to some of our non-achievement of our targets. It also affected, obviously, compensation, where now we couldn't spend all the money allocated. One of the reasons was that there were delays in filling of the positions, but as DDG said, there are measures that the HR is taking to ensure that going forward, positions are filled at the timelines that they want them to be filled. And underpayment for capital assets, we had delays in the procurement of laptops. Some of the laptop refresh that we had to do, we had delays there in finalizing the process and making payment to those. Next slide, please, DDG. We have also shared the areas where there was a significant spending. Members would have noticed that our travel increased significantly in the year under review. In 2021-22, we only spent 70 million, but 22-23, we spent 60 million of our budget. Members will I mean, we all know that the past few years, 2020, 21, 21, 22, we were affected by COVID. But since last financial year, officials were able to travel. As a result, the travel there went up. We were also able to hold events that we were not able to hold physically. And as a result, there was a significant travel under this item. And we also had a refresh on the computers, although we were not able to procure all of them, as I've indicated, but we managed to buy some of the computers in the last financial year. And also as a result of having events and also advertising our events, our spending on that advertisement went up as a result of that. Next slide, please, DDG. We have also shown spending on our entities and also high spending transfer line items. We allocated ASAF 33, HSRC at 1 billion, HSRC 321 million, NRF 997 million, SANSA 140 million, TIA 458 million. Our highest spending line items, research, development, and support. The research, development, infrastructure, 699 million was spent. HRT 1 billion 23 million. Square kilometer array 1 billion 95 million. And South African Research Chase Initiative 602 million. Next slide, please, DTG. Just to share whether there will be impact, we don't foresee any impact as a result of the not spending our budget on the areas. We do have mechanisms that we will employ to ensure that there's things that we wanted to do, we are able to continue doing them, even if we're not able to do in the year that just passed. Next slide, please, DTG. We have also shown how we perform as far as audit is concerned. AG has also shown with a committee the number of years that we have been obtaining clean audit. We only shared the 3 years, but as AG said, the number of years that we have obtained clean audit is more than 3 years. We were just modest as a department in terms of sharing the information. Next slide, please, DTG. We shared the findings that we had. We did not, as AG indicated, we didn't have any material findings that affected our audit report, but we had findings that we felt we need just to share with the committee. And one of the area was around IT. Our IT, we have 2 findings that were addressed around password issues, parameter settings, and also on security management controls. But all these issues have been addressed, and we are intending to ensure that we keep monitoring these areas to ensure that we don't have repeat findings and we are not vulnerable as we have been in the past few years. Next slide, please, DTG. And also we had an issue on the cash flow as a result of the template error, which we did escalate to Treasury and got it corrected. And also under achievements on the annual performance report, but they were corrected. But they were, as indicated, they were not material, but there were some of the things that AG raised and that they were dealt with. Next slide, please, DPG. And also we had as a result of IT issues, one of the reports that we normally send to Treasury on a monthly basis that we sent to Treasury, but as a result of challenges we had with IT, we couldn't provide evidence. There was a period where most of our emails, we had challenges, they were lost, and we were not able to can provide evidence. And one area that they have raised is around compliance with BBBE Commission's requirements to submit a compliance report to the Commission. We, in the year under audit, we requested that they give us an extension, which they granted, and we submitted, but we submitted after the required date, which is end of August, and AG raised concern there. But for the current year, we just want to allay maybe the fears of the committee that we managed to submit the required documents at the end of March with all our annual reports as required by the BBBE Commission Act. Next slide, please, DDG. And we also shared the movement of our irregular expenditure. We did not incur any irregular expenditure in the year under review, and also fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We shared the 3 years there just to show movement. In 2020-21, our balance when we opened our books was 32 million. We managed to write 24 million through the normal processes. And then the subsequent year, we were not able to write anything, 21-22, but 22-23, we managed to write off 5.9 million. And we are currently closing with a balance of 1.9 million, which we have referred to the National Treasury for condonation, as the AG had indicated. Next slide, please, TTG. This is just the indication that the information that I've just shared with the committee. TTG, I don't think I should repeat that. Let's go to the next slide. We have also shared our performance as far as payment of suppliers are concerned. For the year that is under review, we did perform very well. We managed to pay all our suppliers within 30 days. But we just want to, upfront, just inform the committee that AG did indicate that we did have invoices that were the accruals that we have at the end of the financial year, which obviously did have an impact in our payment in April, but members will see that when we submit our quarter performance review. Next slide, please. We also shared our performance as far as payment to previously disadvantaged groups are concerned, particularly women, youth, and people with disabilities. Under these classes, we spent 79 million. Members would see that our goods and services actually high, but we are also paying to other agencies. So we don't classify that under this category. And sorry, under this category, under small and medium enterprise companies, we spent 39 million, which is 77.9%. Under black-owned companies, we spent 62 million. Which is okay. My figures are getting into my eyes. Let me start afresh. Under small medium enterprises, our percentage is not 77, it's 49.4. Under black owned companies is 77.9. We spent 62 million. Under black women-owned companies, we spend 29 million. The percentage is 36.7%. Under youth-owned companies, we spend 15.5 million. The percentage is 19.5%. And we have also shared our performance under disabilities. We, in our previous reports, we didn't share this category, but we have shared it. We spent 615,000, which is 0.5%. We want to acknowledge that our performance in these categories is not where it should be, but we are working very hard. We are trying to align all our planning documents going forward to ensure that we focus our energy in ensuring that these categories are empowered. As we go along, members will see improvement in these areas, but we are still lagging behind, but we are working very hard to ensure that going forward, these categories are indeed being empowered. DDG, I think this is the slide that we have. I'll hand over to you, DDG, and you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. Honorable Chair, that concludes the presentation of the department. on the annual report, which we respectfully submit. And thank you as always for the consideration and the privilege of the time we can spend with you and the committee members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG Tutoy. At this point, I'd like to hand over to the next entity. Which I believe is TIA.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. Yes, it is TIA. My name is Matsimodise. I'm the chairperson of the Technology Innovation Agency. So, Chair, Thank you, Chair. So just good morning to yourselves and your honorable members. And we'd like to thank you for the opportunity of presenting our annual report. I'm joined by my esteemed board members. That includes Ms. Sebenzile Matsebula, Mr. Thabiso Ramasike, Ms. Lindiwe Mjali, Ms. Anati Kanka, and also our acting CEO, Mr. Patrick Krapi, and various executive managers. Chair, did you know that for the last 3 years, South Africa ranks #1 in sub-Saharan Africa, according to the Global Innovation Index, which is a global report that reflects on a country's ability to promote innovation. They look at our institutions, they look at the knowledge and technology output, they look at human capital and research, market sophistication, amongst other things. So South Africa for the past few years has been leading on the continent, and globally we have countries such as Switzerland, USA, Sweden, UK, and the Netherlands that are in the top 5. But this just shows that we do have innovation capacity and capability in our country. We are globally competitive, we are globally recognized, and it's because of organizations such as TIA, the DSI, and various other organizations in our national system of innovation that we are clearly doing something right. I just had to acknowledge that, Chair, so that we give context to a lot of the presentations that we've had today, that we are actually doing fairly well according to what the globe has to say. Chair, our organization hasn't been short of its ups and downs and challenges over the years, but it's safe to say that we are on the right path. Having such a presentation, having our acting CEO, Patrick, giving an overview of our annual performance is quite encouraging. And as a chairperson and also on behalf of our board members, we are in a good space as an organization. We are gearing ourselves for TIA 2.0 as we are now in the process of finalizing our ministerial review that will be given by our minister. So on that note, Chair, I would like to hand over to Patrick Krapi, our acting CEO, who will then do a presentation on our annual report. And yes, we look forward to your inputs and feedback later on when we do our discussion. I'll hand it over to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Patrick.
Audible. Okay, so I'm going to go straight into the presentation mode. Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the members. I don't know if I should switch on my video. There you are. Then I hope I can still see my presentation, though. Sorry, I have to switch it off so I can see the whole presentation.
Yeah, we can see it, Patrick, just projected.
Yes.
Put into projection mode.
Let's see. We're good. All right. Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the members. I acknowledge everybody. I'm also supported by the executives, as you mentioned, and the board members. So we are presenting our annual report, and the difficulty with the annual report presentation at this time of the year, it being already October. The year ended 31 March. So a little bit of that can sound as a bit of distant history. But we can't, I think, not look back at what we have done in the past, where we are today and beginning to reflect on what is it that we need to continue doing into the future to just continue improving our performance, Chair. So I think our society expects better dividend from us at all times. So the presentation from TIA, Chair, there is just to recall our mandate that we were established under an Act of Parliament as an agency to promote the development and exploitation in the public interest of discoveries, inventions, and innovations and improvements. And I think it's very, very important because what you have here is something that basically says that TIA has to look at much early stage of the innovation value chain and make sure that all of these are translated into products, processes, and services if possible. And our objective, of course, is to support the state in stimulating and intensifying technology innovation to improve economic growth and the quality of life of all South Africans. So I think these are important reminders as to what the purpose of TIA is, Chair. So we continue to take inspiration in this. Our vision to be a leading technology innovation agency that stimulates and supports tech innovation to improve the quality of life, and our mission to facilitate translation of our country's knowledge resources into sustainable socio-economic opportunities. And of course, we are driven by certain values that we always strive to rally around between ourselves as an organization and staff, but in terms of how we work with our own external stakeholders, Chair. So those are the values that we have. I decided to cut straight to the bone, Chair, in terms of our presentations was rather longish when we started to review this. And before we submitted, I decided we should cut it down, given that we've got an hour. So just to prime members, we are working on 31 slides. This includes slide dividers. So if you remove those, you're probably looking at about 28, 27 slides. So just to make sure we know what we are getting into. Our strategic plan, Chair, that we signed up to, the 5-year plan, had 3 outcomes, very specific. And all of those were focused on the core mandate of TIA. What is it that we should be doing around commercialization? So what is important around commercialization really is to highlight the need of translating our research from the universities, research output from the universities, and initiatives and innovations coming out of our budding entrepreneurs, making sure that these make it successfully to market. Fundamentally, that's what it means. The question is to what end? And so what is important, we are doing this to help revitalize different industries in the country, and making sure that we drive transformation of key industries in the economy, as well as really developing some successful ventures in this process. These are responsible for creating employment, for creating increasing contribution to the GDP and a number of other outcomes. The second one, Chair, is really around delivering on the bioeconomy strategy. And this strategy was deliberately developed by the department in 2013 to focus, I think, the energies of the ecosystem in an area where call it angels feared to tread, i.e. your bioeconomy. Our country is largely been driven by industrial sectors such as manufacturing, such as mining, that we know are in decline, and that's why the decadal plan emphasizes on modernization of those sectors. But bioeconomy holds great potential for us to exploit our natural resources in areas of health, IKS, in areas of industrial biotech, environment, and agriculture. So we are making strides to make sure that the country gets better dividend by exploiting its natural and biodiversity resources. Fundamentally, that's what it means. Then the objective overall of the bioeconomy strategy is to make it one of the major contributors to the GDP, and I think it's a stated objective. The third one, Chair, our outcome is around SMMEs. How do we make sure that SMMEs who are innovative make it seamlessly to market, and the kind of interventions that we provide to make sure that they succeed in developing prototypes, products, they're able to improve their products to join supply chains of corporates. And we provide this through science, engineering, and technology capabilities that are sitting at our technology station. So basically, these are the 3 outcomes, Chair, that we are focusing on. How have we performed? Now, in doing this annual report, we could not forget that we are reporting almost on 3 of the 5-year periods. And we had already been requested long time in the meantime by DPME at some point to submit midterm performance, which was 2.5 years, but we decided to take a 3-year view for the purpose of this report and say, where are we in respect of the outcome indicators? You will see, Chair, that there are members that there are 2 where we look like we are winning, and there are 2 where there's a little bit more work to be done. It's safe to say that we're not panicking on those. The one is around technologies commercialized. The baseline which we started, in fact, when we did our analysis of the previous strategic cycle, it told us we had generated 77 technologies that were commercialized at the time. And that was the baseline. But we planned for a 5-year target and say we put the 100 on top of this, and we need to stretch ourselves a little bit more. Now, if you look at the cumulative achievement over the 3-year period ending last financial year, i.e. 31 March, we were supposed to have achieved 80 technologies developed over that 3-year period. And of course, the higher kind of other targets would be met in the last remaining 2 years, but we achieved 136 already. So when we look at that, we can see that we're in comfortable space, and I think we're doing quite well. The same with bio-based technologies that have been demonstrated, which is, one more time, exploiting our biodiversity and contributing to the bioeconomy strategy. So we're doing quite well in that space. One question I think that we reflect on is less about celebrating the success, but reflecting on what got us here, what got us these results. The chair of the board started by saying that we are number 1 in the index that is looking at sub-Saharan Africa. And this reflects, I think, the increasing, I think the functioning of our ecosystem and the kind of investment, the dividend we are deriving from the investments that government is making, led by the TSI, of course, and we are benefiting from that. That's why we are able to deliver some of these results. And I think I'll leave it at that for now. The ones where we have yet to put more focus, they are circled in red because these are, of course, things we have to worry about. And this worry is reflected in our current APP that we've just drafted to show that we have to put stretch targets in those APPs such that we are able to do catch-up. So our HPP incorporates some measures of catch-up plan. But what has made it difficult for us to achieve this? The bio-based entrepreneurs accessing the support that is required, Chair. And this is the thing about the bioeconomy sector, is that unlike your industrial sectors where there is a lot of what I call innovation support intermediaries, i.e. your incubators, your accelerators, and other support platforms where entrepreneurs are able to access and get support. You actually get less of that in the bioeconomy space. There are a few incubators that are really supporting bio-entrepreneurs with the types of products that they are chasing. And so this is an area where we are putting measures in our current APP that is coming to show that we are planning to put in place a bio-entrepreneurship program that will help us escalate our efforts in this space. The SMME supported through this, an area where, again, we have to make much more progress. Our technology stations have been struggling a little bit to meet some of their targets. There's an element of us taking a little long to give them the money because we are demanding a little bit better bang for our buck. Fiscus is tight, so we really have to be rigorous in analyzing that which they say they want vis-a-vis that which is needed. So I think we tend to take time to make sure that our analysis is rigorous to give them that which they deserve for the impact that they'll give us. So I'm happy to say that we have now, for the first time in many years, actually achieved a score as high as this, which is 94%. We've achieved in this 17 of our 18 targets. There's the sub-bullets on the side that they will show that some of the drivers or some of the areas where we overachieved is around promoting collaboration between industry and academia, an area of great difficulty in our ecosystem. But I think through our funding and our instruments, we are able to force these sectors to work together to develop solutions. And of course, there's a rationale why that happens. The number of products that we have launched, we had a target of 28, we've exceeded that. The amount of funding that we've leveraged has been an important overachievement, and the bio-based technologies that have been developed. And our contribution to human capital development in terms of postdocs that participate in tier activities, that participate in our investments, that participate in the work of our technology stations. So we're contributing in the knowledge generation in that space as well. The funding leverage, we pulled it out because it's an important area of, call it focus, and it's a really specific KPI. And the reason being that, one, I don't think there's any denying that TIA as a national entity, its mandate is underfunded. No one is to blame. We work with what the system can afford, and I think we should accept that as a reality. The fiscus is tight, ain't gonna get any better. We know that as well. And so we have to make lots of efforts on our own to try and supplement the little that we're able to get from government through our efforts to raise funding from other partners. And CRI has always been, what is the role of the private sector and business in contributing to innovation funding? Now, our numbers, when we do the analytics, they show that just about 51% of the funding we've raised is from the private sector, and we're quite happy with that. DDG Dan spoke, for example, about the R&D tax incentive scheme. And those are some of the measures that are being implemented by government to incentivize industry to participate in research and innovation. The one thing that we wish to grow as a pie is the one around government at 17%. And when we say government, we are talking about other government departments that are struggling with service delivery or executing their mandate when there is a tier with capabilities to help them develop solutions to do that. So they need to be able to give us money to make calls in the system for young entrepreneurs who can come with service delivery solutions. And this is without saying that is not happening, but we want to scale it up. And so those are the two key things that I want to highlight on this slide. This one is really around the distribution of beneficiaries. We always put this slide because it reminds us and it keeps us in check from the point of view of reminding ourselves why TIA was established in the first place, i.e., to facilitate the translation of research output from universities into commercialized products, technologies, and other processes and services. So our primary customer is TIA, is publicly funded research beneficiaries. And so we've always set a target jointly with the department to say we should aim, and it really is not a legislated target, but we had to make sure that we draw a line in the sand to say at least 75% of our funding should always be targeted towards supporting the universities and other research institutes in the country. So we give this slide to say, in 2022, in 2020, when we did our strat plan, the number was showing that we were as low as 57%. And over the years, we've tried to increase that number, and we are standing at 73.7% this year. Last year, it was almost hovering around the same. So we haven't moved too far away from where we are, and we are pleased with our focus on this. Chair, we worry about spatial footprint. We worry about when we talk transformation in terms of to what extent are our underserved provinces outside of Gauteng, Western Cape, and say Durban, are brought into the ecosystem. They've got functional ecosystems, and they're able to also use innovation as a policy tool in their provinces to be able to drive their own economic development strategies. So we decide and deliberately put the target in our APP that we also monitor through our corporate balance scorecard. Just put money aside that we ring fence and say specifically this will be distributed to the provinces by design that have been left out of the ecosystem. Our target initially was 19%, so our numbers tell us that in fact we've spent 43% on that. Around the investees, previously disadvantaged, really more than the way transformed, previously disadvantaged investees. It includes all designated groups, women, youth, persons with disabilities, Black people. We had targeted 19 million, we achieved 38 million. So we kind of pushed a bit on those targets. One more time around transformation, Chair. We all know that the DPME, when we started the strategic planning cycle, they were very clear to say, and their template required us to say for each and every KPI you commit to, you need to be able to set a target of saying, how are you going to support these 3 designated groups of women, youth, and persons with disabilities? And I suspect that members will remember this is a slide that you have become accustomed to, where we report against each and every one of the KPIs that we've committed. We've done, I think, well when you look at how we've performed against women. The results are shown in the gray bar. That shows the actual vis-a-vis the target in licenses that have been assigned, projects that are evolving industry, technologies that have been diffused, products launched, and we've really done well in those areas. Last year, I must remind members, we showed poorer results than what we have, but this time we're showing better results. There is one that still remains a stone in our shoe, i.e. innovation products and IP. These are basically your prototypes and your much early stage, high risk level innovation. So we need to put more effort on that. With regards to the youth, the story is pretty much the same, Chair. We've done really, really well on a number of the other KPIs. There's only 2 where we have to put more effort around the same KPI. And then we've got the other one on projects involving industry, because we want younger people to also continue to partner with industry in terms of how they're developing their innovations. On persons with disabilities, Chair, the fact that you don't have a red circle anywhere, it's really, really simply means that this is an area where we're not doing too well, and I must accept that. It's an area where, as an organization, we are also learning the tricks of how to do this better. I'm only happy to report that we have now had our board approve in the last 3 months or so standalone programs, one focusing on youth, one focusing on women, and one focusing on persons with disabilities. These are very clearly designed, well-designed, clearly articulated programs in terms of what is it that they are seeking to achieve and how they're going to achieve the participation of women in the innovation discourse. It is less only about innovations that support the participation, or rather initiatives that support their participation in innovation, but also about developing innovations that respond to challenges faced by women. They are very peculiar. It is the same kind of paradigm that we are adopting with persons with disabilities, Chair. So I think DPME is very concerned about how we are performing as entities, and the department, we had a session with them not too long ago where they were basically giving us feedback in terms of how we are performing as a sector. So, but we are pleased, Chair. The message is that we are, I think we have our eye on the ball on this. It's really more about how we are implementing this program. So we'll be launching all of this very soon. It's always about the money. Once we have distributed proper budgets, put in place implementation modalities and how we're going to execute them, I think we are good to go from them. But the programs have been approved by the board. Now on the report, detailed report of the outcomes, Chair. What I've done is that on commercialized innovation, and I've explained before what all of this means, so I'm not going to go back to that. Suffice to say that when we talk commercialization happens in different forms. I have put 3 bubbles on the side, which aggregate your core commercialization kind of approaches. The first one is the licenses that have been assigned. We've achieved that target flat, nothing more, nothing less. We have successfully diffused technologies for inclusive development. We've exceeded that by a margin. Products that have been launched in the market, we've achieved that. We've significantly achieved that. And when you take a total of all 3, it gives you a target of 58 technologies that we planned to commercialize. We have achieved a total of 76, and the variance there is we've just exceeded that target by 18. This is just in this year alone. And I think I always can't hide my excitement when we are delivering on TIA's core mandate, which is commercialization. And it's something that shows our efforts to reflect at what point is TIA's in the innovation journey. And our history is that initially we were established, we had to focus on the early stage of the value chain. Commercialization was not a big language in terms of what we do because we were de-risking. But now we are now making sure things are going into the market, and that's the key focus right now. I spoke about leverage funds, Chair. We've got 600 million, and I'm not going to repeat that. We picked up a few examples to demonstrate so that it's not only the numbers that says, when you say you have licensed technologies, just give us an example. And we really pulled a few examples to show, and this is really the outline of the presentation, to say under licensed and assigned technologies, we have a company that we are supporting, Free Radical Design, that has developed a technology called RotoWinner. It's containerized demonstration plant to showcase basically a unique continuous electrowinning technology. And it is used really to treat hard mine wastewater. These guys have developed these technologies at a point where it has to be demonstrated in a live environment, but they did that through a license to a company called Orion Minerals. And so the intention, of course, is to recover calcium and magnesium from the wastewater. And this will be able to show that we can produce potable water that is also sellable water in the product. So that's the kind of licenses. When we're talking about license, it's about somebody developing a technology and giving it somebody to licensing it out to somebody else to take it forward into the market. So I think that's an interesting example. We spoke about promoting collaboration between universities and the private sector. Now, this is an interesting one. I sometimes try to avoid taking high-level examples, but take a very practical example of this one is a portable electronic waste shredder. Basically, you are able to move with this equipment to different sites rather than people carrying trolleys and taking to one dumping site. They are able to get to you. Here, we are getting rid of our old computers and other electronic waste. They are able to just come shred it on the spot. And then we know that we are guaranteed as well that the information that is contained in our computers, we saw and witnessed that it has been shredded on the spot. Nobody's going to use it for other purposes outside of our site. This company, Easy Holdings, is collaborating with Value University of Technology, and they're really continuing to develop this technology. The technologies that have been diffused are those that basically have been developed, and they are now being handed to communities for them to use and earn an income. Basically, that's what it means, Chair. And these are technologies that are also handed to communities to change their livelihoods in certain ways. So there's more of a social impact from this mode of commercialization than a commercial outcome. What we have, there's one project that we pulled out, and we pulled it out because this country is having lots of trouble with water, and we pulled out this technology to give us an example of how we are intervening in those challenges. It's called Vulamans. It's a purification filtration system as well. It really cleans rainwater, it cleans wastewater, it cleans different ways of harvesting water, but it's able to filtrate and filter the water, clean it up, and make sure that it's potable. So this has been, I think, developed over the last 3 years or so. This company has been in our portfolio. Now it has been introduced in different parts of KZN, in Herigwala District Municipality, and in Raymond Mashaba in the Eastern Cape. I know that we did also deploy it in the Ugu District in KZN. There's about, I think, 39 of these that have been handed over to the communities. So those, when we say technologies diffused, these are the kind of things that we're talking about. The products that we say have been launched in the market, and always people ask us the question to say, guys, we want to be able to go to a shop when Tia claims to say there's a product that is in the market. I want to go to SPAR and I want to see it in the shelves. And so we tend to come with things that are tangible, that have been done, and that people are already using. This is it's a quick locate and technology developed by a young entrepreneur from Venda. A lot of good story around how this is planning out. It's an artificial intelligence-based app that basically monitors activity within the taxis. It uses dash cams, and it also uses just the camera in the taxi to monitor head count of people coming in and going out. It's able to help manage security for the taxis. Owners can know what is happening in their cars, but it's also able to help the owners of the taxis to know how much money to expect at any given time. And so these applications really, it has a wide range of applications. It has now kind of hit the market in the sense that the Santaco was able to adopt this technology, Santaco in KZN, and then deployed it in a couple of taxis just to test it and see if it works. They install a couple of these taxi cams, which basically gives you a full view of the taxis inside and the people who are in there, but also a dash cam that's really, really intended to monitor the movement of the car itself. Where is it at any given time? Where is it stopping? Why is it stopping? And all of that. So I think it's a very powerful device that we hope that the taxi industry will embrace. The good news is that they are now already negotiating with other municipalities that I will not mention by name because these things are still ongoing. So for the sake of protecting confidentiality, to put about 1,000 of these units into the taxis in that municipality, but they are also in negotiations with Telkom. Suffice to say that with Telkom, you probably will be walking into a Vodacom shop and buying a phone, and probably you'll find that phone has an app that is called Quick Locate in it. And so it's really, really intended to incentivize. So Telkom has taken keen interest in this technology. On the bioeconomy, Chair, one more time, I spoke quite a bit earlier on. I will just say that what I want to highlight in this slide is, I spoke about the bioeconomy strategy earlier on. What is important to highlight here is that bullet number 2, which shows operational and functional technology platforms. It says 8, we've achieved 8. And the notion of operational and functional essentially means, as TIA, we have invested in 8 technology platforms. Most of you will remember the one that helped us, CRISP, that helped us to discover some COVID strains. One of the things that we don't do well in our country is asset preservation. And so when we put this KPI here, we really, really mean it is important we make sure that these facilities in which we have invested, that we have started, nothing deteriorates, they remain of the same and proper quality. They invest in new equipment through TIA's money on an annual basis, but they make sure that the maintenance of the equipment is taken care of. But at the same time, they are able to give us the outputs that is expected of them according to contract and KPIs with TIA. Fundamentally, that's what it means, Chair. And we found that some of the technologies that have been coming out supported through the bioprocessing platform, it's only because we've kept that platform going and we've never allowed anything to slip back. So we are keeping an eye on this asset preservation approach around this. We have 8 technology innovation clusters, which are, 7 technology innovation clusters. I'll speak about them later. These are multi-stakeholder collaboration initiatives involving industry, involving government and other regulatory authorities who are interested to participate together with their universities, where we identify a gap in industry. And this gap would be a gap such as losing competitiveness or for a particular objective. And we pull money together, pull resources together, and intervene in that particular space. And I hope I want to pull out, there's this Saumoda Mycela, which is already a startup really in the TIA portfolio, initially supported by the DSI. We took it over and gave it further funding. It's a company based in Pretoria, Centuria. They went to our bioprocessing platform in KZN and actually spent a year. These are 2 black guys, 1 lady, 1 gentleman, to get support in KZN at the platform. And they spent 2 years there. They use fermentation technology to develop what we call glucan-based products. And out of this, they're producing skincare products. And we are saying that a couple of these are now on the shelves in the shops. They're in the market. I took them with me to Kenya last year when we were doing business development activities. And I was amazed because they went a week before me. When I arrived in Kenya, they had actually secured 2 Kenyan companies, small ones, that had co-branded with them to be the distributor of their products in Kenya. And it was a very good story. And I think maybe sometimes when you write these documents, we don't tell the story in the manner that you should be telling them. But these are trailblazers, Chair. And I think if we are talking unicorns into the future, these are the kind of guys we should be working to support. And there's another example, really, it's an intervention here, really, in the sugarcane industry, where small farmers are struggling with what we call ratoon stunting disease. And it's a disease that I suppose undermines a plant's ability to keep water once irrigated. So the difficulty has always been detection of this disease so that we can then plan for control. And so this, our platform, technology platform, the bioprocessing platform, has been able to work with the Sugarcane Research Institute to develop the relevant antibodies to be able to do the detection of this. Yes, I spoke about the technology platforms program. I'm not going to go on forever about this because I spoke about bioprocessing platform. Let me pick on this other one, Chair, on the one that says MediClinic Precise. I normally speak about that one because it's quite interesting. So STIA, we invested in one of our platforms, one of the 8 that I spoke about, CPGR, it based at UCT. They they put together a business plan with us to say they want to establish a company called Artisan Biomed. That was 3 years ago. They requested 5 million rands from us. We looked at the documentation, we pushed it backward and forward, it came back. We said, what do we plan to do? They were developing what we call precision medicines. And it's an area of, I think, strategic focus for TIA, including the department, of course. And they are using genomics capabilities to do this. They've done so well, and they've produced a couple of products from that and offerings that they've been selling to industry. But they caught the attention of MediClinic, who acquired a majority stake in them, 70 million by total about 70 million rands. They took a majority stake and literally a subsidiary now, an offering of MediClinic. So they decided to pay us out. They gave us back our 5 million rands with some interest. And we are happy that we've been able to support these guys to take off. And, you know, this talks to the question of where would this have happened without a TIA being there? And the answer is unequivocal no. That's why TIA, we were established to do these kind of things and fund an idea and ultimately see it materialize as a capability in the system. And I'm happy that a JSE listed company was able to take interest in this opportunity. I'm going to push quickly, Chair. The cluster, we have this active pharmaceutical ingredients cluster that we established last year, one more time. Again, is a capability that we've put in the system, and I'll talk about it and still talk about the medical device and diagnostics clusters, because these are the two clusters that we've created and funded. And they are intended to solve certain challenges within particular industries. The API cluster basically solves the challenges of a country that does not have API manufacturing capability, where we import all of our medication overseas. And API is a very fundamental ingredient into the development of any medicine. And so we decided strategically this is an area where we have to develop some kind of an industry around this. And that cluster is intended to do that. In the annual report, you see what the results are that we are achieving with this. They are onboarding a couple of SMMEs that they are supporting and some other companies, literally with regulatory challenges that they would normally have. And other support interventions. The same with the medical device clusters. We import a lot of these, but here we were saying this is a great opportunity with the facilities we have in the country to be able to put a medical device manufacturing industry in the country. And so this is an intervention that we put in place. And here we are just telling the story of one of the initiatives that has done well this year, but this is just one story of the many outputs that are coming out of that. So now these are systemic interventions. They are not projects in which we intervene, but we are establishing industry capabilities to be able to support competitiveness, to support modernization, and to make sure that we also create our new industries through these initiatives, Chair. The last outcome is on innovation enabling. That's why I spoke a lot about how we are supporting SMMEs and making sure that they access the required science, technology, and engineering support and call to this support. If one thing, the unique offering we have, call it as DIA, as the DSI, is the technology stations. And the TIA is managing this. There's 18 of these that we have in the country. We had set a certain target of 2,800. We achieved just a little over that, despite the difficulties that they have. But this includes a suite of many other interventions. The new technology innovation support centers that has been established, it's about the living labs that we are establishing and that they continue to grow in number. And those are the kind of capabilities we speak about. I already spoke about postdoctoral students that we are supporting and the knowledge, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that detail. So these are just the stories emanating from this program. So the DDG will have spoken about the grassroots innovation, and maybe I'm running ahead of myself. There's a slide around that. But let's start with the living labs that we have now invested in 13 living labs. I think with a very small investment. Now, these are complementary capabilities that we are putting in place to, one, augment the existing incubation landscape, but to also support and increase the capacity of our technology station. Although these ones do not provide science, technology, and engineering, i.e. technology transfer support, but they are placed in rural areas where they are able to draw people who are operating outside of the formal system of innovation to also be part of expressing and finding expression of their ideas and realizing them. So there are capabilities, I think, that are really, really designed for the college, marginalized segments of our society, and they're distributed accordingly through that. These are examples of prototypes. So you will have read on them. We developed the mouth guards. It's a prototype, again, it's not a full product that is really intended to protect the necks, the mouths, of sportsmen when they play against injuries. It is also based on an app that is able to monitor in the event that the ball hits you in the face. The app is able to tell very quickly where you have gotten injured before even a doctor arrives. There's this perfusion pumping system, again, used for training in surgical skills in a simulated environment. I'm not going to go too much into detail about this. We have a very important instrument in TIA that has really done exceedingly well for us. In this, we work very closely with NIPMO, which provides support to the TTOs in terms of their capacity. With TIA, we come with a seed fund to give to the TTOs to invest in projects. Basically, that's what it means. And so currently, we have 36 implementing partners. That is the TTOs in the country, all of them, together with some of the incubators that are more in the technology incubation space. We have a portfolio of 231 running projects. The total that we've invested through this program since 2013 after its establishment is just over 1,000 now, but currently there's 231 projects running. The interesting things that happened in this program, and I thought these are the ones just to highlight. We partnered with the NRF. And part of the problem that we're trying to solve in the partnering with the NRF is NACI on a consistent basis every year always tell us that there's increasing research, funding for basic research, but there's declining funding for experimental and developmental research. Now, this one is exactly the one that TIA depends on to be able to get proofs of concept into which to invest. And so we can't keep complaining that this is not coming through. So we decided to partner with the NRF and say, can we do this together so that when you issue your calls, let's join the funds and issue calls to encourage experimental research to come out of this. And that's what the partnership basically is about. It's really around collaborating amongst our own entities together. And the other partnership that we have struck last year is with the Tax Innovation, the Medical Research Council. And in this, these are areas where we are looking at supporting medical or your health innovation, health innovation space. The last and most interesting one, I think as well, IKS is a sector in the bioeconomy that we are working to develop. I spoke earlier on about the challenges of bioentrepreneurship within that space that is not sufficiently serviced by the current incubation landscape. Now, we identified CAMIN, which is one of the incubators that has a long history of supporting entrepreneurs. And in that, we were able to place just about 14 of our IKS entrepreneurs who are developing solutions to be incubated in partnership with CAMIN. We gave them the money, and they are managing and providing them with the requisite skills and support. So I thought this is a very unique model where we identified a particular sector to intervene. So these are some of the measures that we are undertaking. The grassroots innovation programs, DDG done, reported on the work that is being done there. It's really about the numbers that we've supported so far, how many of these are making it into the market, the kind of prototypes that are coming. But this is the one program that pleases me because it really talks to the guys in the bottom of the pyramid and those who are excluded from your formal systems of innovation, and we're really trying to bring them in. The new initiative that we've been pushing with the department this year specifically, and this is consistent with our decadal plan, to avail the output of publicly funded IP to these grassroots innovators to be the ones that are really taking these things to market. Because in a majority of cases, some of them are just entrepreneurs, and they're able to see an opportunity in an IP that may be lying in the shelves at the universities and say, well, you probably don't know what you are missing, guys. There's big potential for this, and they can put a business model around that and take it to market. So this is some of the innovative ways of trying to make sure that our system is functioning. I spoke about the technology stations enough, Chair. I'm not going to say more beyond what I've said, just for the sake of time. but this is a program that we know, and as I said, it's giving us good results, but we need to optimize them. We have a strategy that is being underdeveloped, led by the department. One, to optimize these technology stations, but two, to also expand the offering of the technology stations and locate some of these in the TVET colleges. So that, because traditionally they are located within the universities of technologies, but because there's a lot of young people with ideas sitting at TVET colleges, we are following them where they are with the infrastructure offering. But again, it's a strategy that has been developed by the department, and we will be implementing that once it's ready. The last bit is around the Innovation Fund special instrument that we are managing. Treasury gave money for this. The department would have spoken about this. Suffice to say that I think, broadly speaking, us as the implementing partners of the Innovation Fund between ourselves, the SASME Fund, and the IDC, we have been reporting on progress in terms of how it's performing. It is, I think, producing the dividend that is expected by the department. It's an instrument that has helped TIA, amongst other factors, to succeed in its commercialization efforts because it was designed to intervene in a space where South Africa's venture capital is undercapitalized. And so we had to partner with private sector just to make sure that we are able to incentivize VC to come into some of the projects that we have supported. From TIA side, we are doing a little bit of certain heavy lifting in this, using this fund, i.e. supporting the development of Black fund managers, because the VC space is very untransformed. There's no Black fund managers. If any, there are a few of them, and if any, they lack experience, they lack capital, they lack access to opportunities. And then we are an agency of state, and I think the heavy lifting should come from us. Now, we have onboarded 3 of these in the last financial year using the Innovation Fund, and I think the results of it will begin to show much more into the future. But this is just part of the heavy lifting part that we have to do. Chair, I think this is my last slide. I spoke about an example of a program. On turnaround time, this has been a TIA's Achilles heels for many years. I'll start by saying I'm happy that we are making progress on this. I don't know, my slide has changed, I think. Okay. So we have, for deals of around R1 million, we have 4 weeks to make a decision. And then the contracting can follow. But the important thing is an entrepreneur is only interested to hear, I have applied. Have you made up your minds? That's all they want to hear. If you say yes, no problem, the contract can follow even if it's after 3 weeks. But at least they sit knowing that it is coming. And so this is basically how we measure this. Now, on that 4-week one, which is under R1 million, lots of deals that come through. We are making progress. It may look red, but where we come from, Chair, I realized that my slide, I don't know what happened to an addition I had made. We are at 7 weeks turnaround time, 5.7 weeks turnaround time. We are coming from last year where we reported 18 weeks. We are still on the red because we haven't achieved the 4 weeks, but we are making great progress. That's why you see there's a button that says amber. We are from 18 weeks, we are now at, I'll give it 6 weeks. On the 15 million rand mark deals, it shows that last year alone, we engaged with just about 106 applications. We made decisions on 88 of those within an average time of 9 weeks. That is just over 2 months. And 15 million rands is not small change. What is important is to make sure that when we spend public funds, we do proper due diligence. And this is really where most of our time is lost when we exchange documentation and we're trying to verify people that we're funding, if they exist and their technology is feasible and they've got proper commercial case. We come to 9 weeks coming from 19 weeks. last year, Chair. So I really apologize because I had included the block. It just disappeared in this version that shows the comparison. And then on the 26 weeks deal, that's when it's about 15 million, it's about 30 million to 49 million that falls within the realm of the board. It's 26 weeks, Chair, because deals of this nature, they don't end up with us as management making the decisions. They have to go through upper decision-making bodies such as subcommittee of the board, the investment and finance, and then they ultimately sometimes have to go to the board, its full board itself, depending on the quantum. And that's just how our delegations of authority for checks and balances purposes is designed. I'm going to call on the CFO, I think, to take over from here. I've done my part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO, and good morning to the honorable members of the committee. I only, bearing in mind the timing, I only have 3 slides to go through. Over to the next slide, CEO. Based on the external auditor's review of the agency's results for the 31 March 2023 financial year, the auditors have expressed an unqualified audit opinion. This represents the agency's 12th consecutive year on which we maintain an unqualified audit opinion. In the presentation that preceded by the Auditor General to the committee, the AG noted the regression from the clean audit. To provide a little bit of context, this change was as a result of certain historical matters, including a restructuring of a loan which was previously impaired. This restructuring now resulted in us being able to recover against a 22 million rand recovery, which is again quite positive towards striving to achieve realizing the returns from funds advanced previously. The agency continues again to maintain its strength and its control environment towards a sound control environment. CEO, over to the next slide. In terms of our financial performance itself for the current financial year, our total income realized or reflected is a 775 million. This reflects a 15% positive variance against our budget and includes, of course, 458 million reflected as an UTF allocation. In addition, we've also realized 268 million rand from income from specific programs that we manage on behalf of the DSI. This includes approximately 50 million towards funds that we disperse towards grassroots innovators. A number of these which had the privilege in demonstrating to the portfolio committee not so long ago. The agency was also able to generate approximately 6.5 million from royalty returns from projects that we commercialize and that we're able to now generate sales, of which then there are a certain amount of return that is then returned back to TIA. This again represents a positive 20% increase for comparative to the previous year and assists the entity towards its sustainability goals in increasing its funding base. For the 4th consecutive year, we've been able to disperse greater than 90% of our funds, with the current year being 99% of our funds that have been dispersed. This includes approximately 458 million that has been received directly from our project recipients. Over to the next slide, CEO. In striving to ensure that a greater proportion of our funds are directed towards project recipients, an efficiency ratio of 15% was targeted for the current year. This means that only 15% of our funds are directed towards administrative costs, meaning that 85% of funds are directed to investment and related activities. During the year, we were able to exceed this progressive target with more than 85% received by project recipients or project-related activities. We continue to strive to explore opportunities in increasing and improving our operational savings and as well as in efficiencies to try and improve this ratio further. I'll hand over back to the chairperson of the board. Thank you.
Chair, that is our presentation from the Technology Innovation Agency, and we would like to thank you for your audience, and we look forward to the discussion much later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the chairperson and the CEO. I'd like to afford us an opportunity to get inputs from members because there is a bit of an information overload. So before some members maybe lose their train of thought, I'd like to perhaps open up before we move to the next entity for any members who would like to, can we stop sharing, please? Okay, yeah. For any members who would like to make inputs, and of course, if there are matters that you left out for a particular, for the department, the AG, or an entity, we can revisit them towards the end of our engagement when we move, well, towards after the presentation by SANSA. So can I just note if there are any members who have any comments, questions, or recommendations at the moment? Let me take Honorable Sibia. All right, let me take Honorable Sibia for now. Ma'am Sibia.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for all presentations. Good DSI. They have talked about 302 trainees who underwent training in intellectual property management. I would like to know how many females, those who with disabilities, and what criteria was used. I thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Sibia. I don't see other hands at the moment, but I think if I were to maybe take a bite at this point in time, and just really appreciate the presentations that have been made by colleagues. Well, firstly, to welcome the fact that generally there's been quite a good performance by the department and its entities. I think it's without a doubt that the HSRC remains a concern, considering that they have some material irregularities, and the AG has made some recommendations on how important it is for the department, the board, and for ourselves as a committee to continue playing our oversight role, so that the HSRC doesn't, find itself with material irregularities in the future. And maybe the department can sort of give us their own insight on what they're doing to assist the HSRC in this regard. We want to, of course, welcome what is said to be a new indicator in relation to experiential learning opportunities in universities of technology and in TVETs. And we note that out of the 15 targets that you had in relation to that, 12 were achieved. And we also acknowledge the reasoning that, because it is a new indicator, it's a bit challenging to set a target. And we want to stress the fact that given the challenges that we have in relation to the energy sector, us being able to fully meet those targets is really quintessential. And then in terms of the research infrastructure grants, one is noting the reasoning that is provided in the presentation made by the AG on why we didn't meet those targets. But I just would like for colleagues from the department to unpack a bit on why there were 2 projects that were deferred to 2023, 2024 in relation to the research infrastructure grants. And then when we then look at the funding for honors, masters, and PhD students, and us not necessarily meeting that target in those particular niche areas around green economy, aerospace, mining, again, we note the reasoning that has been given, but would appreciate the department to unpack a bit in a more understandable and relatable way. And then the AG emphasizes the fact that makes an observation that we may not be necessarily, as the department and the NRF, monitoring the timeous completion of qualifications. And when I look at the reasoning given for why we weren't able to meet our targets in terms of peer-reviewed journal articles published per HSRC researcher, I kind of want to support what the AG is saying in terms of timeous completion, monitoring or tracking the timeous completion of qualifications. Maybe someone can help me understand, and I see the reasonings given there to the AG on why we weren't able to meet that target. But I mean, I have some concerns, and it's not a secret, around the rating of Black academics, Black women academics, and us changing the makeup of that particular sphere. And one would want to think that, the more journals, peer-reviewed journals we get out, one publishes, that also contributes to a higher rating of a researcher or a scientist. And so it's important that we complete, we publish on time. And yes, there might be other, as stipulated in the reasoning given to the AG, there might be other factors that contribute to us not publishing or peer-reviewed journal articles not being published on time or according to our targets. But I just think that's something that one needs to look at and to reflect on, and maybe some insight from the department could also assist in relation to that. Then I think the issue around vacancies with the Department of Science and Innovation is not a new matter. It's a reoccurring one. And so, one really wants to stress the fact that it's important that we strengthen our work in relation to that, because that's not a new matter that's come to us or that we are aware of as a committee. And then one wants to welcome, of course, I think we've said this earlier as well, the finalization or the approval of the decadal plan by Cabinet, as particularly because the department has noted that there isn't enough funding coming towards science, technology, and innovation, and we're really hoping that through the finalization of the implementation of the decadal plan, we will see an increase towards funding for science, technology, and innovation. We also want to welcome some of the outcomes of the Interministerial Committee, in particular, as it relates to greater coordination and mainstreaming or integration of science and innovation into the work that the various departments do. And so, therefore, also welcoming the task team that has been set up between the DSI, the DPME, and Treasury. And I think, there's a lot of strategicness to that particular linkage of the DSI, the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, and Treasury. I mean, we often complain about funding for the sector and the work that we want to do, so Treasury is there. We often complain about or emphasize the fact that the work that we do as science and innovation is not, it's not in a bubble somewhere, but it really speaks to matters that should be solved and solved or resolved across various sectors. And so I think it's very strategic to have that particular task team with the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, and also seeing how, the solutions that our department has can speak to perhaps greater planning and being able to really troubleshoot some of the matters that DPME may come across the country. So that task team is greatly welcomed, and I think it's a very strategic. It's very strategically set up. Just clarity on the TVET's study on green hydrogen skills. Is that something is that report done, or are we still in the process of doing or completing the report? Just clarity on that. And if it is done, it's I think now more than ever, as there's just increased conversation around energy security, increased conversation around green economy, green skills. It's very important that you know, such reports really shape how we move forth as a country. Yeah, so that's really welcomed. And then, of course, also congratulate the department on the Royal Astronomical Society, or the award that you received the colleagues at the NRF received by the Royal Astronomical Society. And then you speak about work that's been done around the Hera radio telescope. Could you kindly send the breakdown of the local researchers that have been included in that particular project, the Hera radio telescope, perhaps where they're from, and just, you know, who they are, so that we really can get a true sense of the inclusion and representation that we want to see in such projects. And then also to get progress on discussions with our sister departments regarding work we're doing around astrotourism. I think there were some reports that, or a report that had been compiled, and you know, ministers of the necessary departments had to then sign it off. So basically what I want to understand is, has the admin sort of work concluded, therefore affording us an opportunity to start rolling out really tangible work towards this, towards achieving a comprehensive astrotourism plan in the country. And then on commercialization, one really notes some of the difficulties that the department has shared there. And I think what's important is for us to get a sense, and I mean, you've shared it to some extent around the innovation fund and how it can respond to some of the challenges that lead to us not being able to support commercialization initiatives in our institutions. But I think, and maybe Shanaz, you must note this, it would be important for us to look at these difficulties that the department has listed, and then have a meeting where it can present, together maybe with TIA and CSIR, it can present a plan on how to overcome some of the difficulties that have been listed under commercialization on slide 16, because those are really, we believe that technologies should find expression in our communities. And I think the CEO of TIA has really shared with us some of the great innovations that are coming forth from different spaces in our communities. And so we know not only for business and for business to thrive, and therefore the economy to thrive, but also for us to solve solutions in clinics and hospitals and, you know, in government departments, the support for commercialization of innovations that can come from our institutions is really important. So I think it'd be important for us to have a meeting that could perhaps look at that. I think I'm fine for now. I just want to check. And then also to welcome the investments towards women-led tech enterprises. I think many members would appreciate to see the strides that we've made in that regard. I don't see any hands in the participants log, so I'm assuming that members will then come in after we've taken SANSA. So I hope our colleagues have noted those questions for now, and because there'll be many more questions or comments that will come from members later on. I'd like to then move to SANSA, to the chair of SANSA.
Good morning, Chairperson and the members of the committee, AG, DSI, and TIA colleagues and the SANSA colleagues. My name is Charlotte Serrare. I'm standing in for the Chairperson of SANSA, Mr. Patrick Drover, who could not make it for this meeting.
Can you please open your camera so that we can see you? And then once you've introduced yourself, you can then close the camera. And
Okay.
then can we also start preparing I don't think I've received a written apology from the chair. So if that can be sent forth, please.
Hey, please confirm if you can see me, Chair.
We can see that your camera is open, but we can't see you. So maybe you have a cover for your camera on your laptop. I'm not sure.
No, it is open. I'm not sure what is happening with it.
Okay, so it's fine. You can make your opening remarks and then please just unlock what's this called? Log out and then log back in. Maybe this is a technical glitch.
Okay. You're suggesting that I log out and come back?
Not now. Make your opening remarks now, and then later on you'll log out and log back in so that we can see you perhaps for the Q&A session.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As I said, my name is Charlotte Serare. I'm standing in for the chairperson of SANSA who could not make it for the meeting today. I'm joined by some members of the board and the CEO and some members of EXCO. The CEO will be taking you through the presentation of the annual report. But before he does that, I just wanted to make a few highlights that we as the board of SANSA have had the pleasure of witnessing in the last performance period. The first one being the appointment of the CEO. You would recall, Chair, the last time we presented our 2021-22 financial year annual report, we made a commitment that we would make the appointment of the CEO, which has been a commitment that we have been able to fulfill with the appointment of Mr. Humbulani Ramudau. Humbulani Mudau, apologies for that, who was the Chief Director of Space Science and Technology from the Department of Science and Innovation. I've also have a pleasure of just announcing to you, Chair, that we have been able to maintain a clean audit outcome, which we found it as clean in the previous year. We have been able to maintain that, and we, as a leadership, are pleased with that. We were also committed to make sure that we maintain this clean audit outcome. The other highlight is the approval of the new business model by DSI and National Treasury and aligning it to the program structures by National Treasury. We've also had two significant launches at SANSA, the first one being the launch of the Space Weather Center in Hermanus, which was a milestone for both SANSA and the DSI, a culmination of a 3-year project with years of research for the development of the 24/7 Space Weather Center. We have also been able to launch the groundbreaking of the Deep Space Network at Makisfontein. The installation of this basically opens opportunities for South Africa to enter international space exploration missions, improving the space operations capabilities and the offerings of SANSA. Chair, I would also like to express our gratitude to the Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimanda and his department for their continuous support to the SANSA, and we remain committed to make sure that we provide profound services to the citizens of South Africa through space, science, and technology. At this point, Chair, I would like to hand over to the CEO to take us through the annual report presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Chair of the Portfolio Committee. And I just want to greet all the members of the Portfolio Committee. I'll be sharing my slides. This is a high-level presentation that we've prepared. Chair, perhaps I should ask one of the executives to just slide the slides, Chair, if you are allowed, given that the system wants us to alter the system's preferences. And so, CFO, are you able to put the slides, Bridget? Sherry, are you in a position where you could fly the slides as well? Thank you. Apologies, Chair, with that glitch. Just want to take through the members of the portfolio committee through the slides that we've prepared based on the work that we've done in 2022, 2023. Sherry, if you could go to the next slide, please. This is the outline, Chair. As I indicated earlier on, this is going to be a high-level presentation, which is going to focus on our vision, mission, and impact. Secondly, we would look at our 6 strategic outcomes, and followed by the performance review. And then we would also share with the members of the portfolio committee the performance highlights over the year under review, and then the financials, and followed by the external audit outcome, and then HR matters, as well as some of the initiatives that we're putting in place for transforming SANSA to becoming a high-performing entity. And we would also share some of the key challenges, but most importantly, Chair, as well, the new vision that we're setting for the space agency and the direction that we're taking. Next slide, Chair. Our vision, members, it's one that's focused on an integrated national space capability that responds to socio-economic challenges. And you would see, Chair and members, that we've put our vision not just to focus, of course, in South Africa, but the rest of the continent, because we believe that the role of space knows no boundary, and therefore we need to bring in the rest of the continent as we develop the capabilities of South Africa and providing the leadership in the continent. Our mission is to provide leadership in unlocking the potential of space for the advancement or benefit of humanity. Next slide. The impact statement, members, it's developing a sustainable South African space sector that contributes meaningful to socio-economic development across the African continent. We intend to do so through creating an environment that's enabling us to develop fit-for-purpose and performance-driven organization, as well as leveraging a strategic partnership to mobilize resources. And this is very much related, members, to the outcome 4, which is to position SANSA as a key enabler for the implementation of government space-related policies. Next slide. Our strategic outcomes, we have 6 of those. The first one being increased space relevant knowledge that supports the development agenda. Second, growth of the space sector through the SANSA space-related industry expenditure. Third, increase human capacity for the implementation of key space initiatives. And the fourth one being positioning SANSA as a key enabler of government space-related policies. The fifth one, it's appropriate infrastructure developed to support the local space sector, which is critical. And the last one, members, is to increase the market share of the global space operations market. Next slide. Performance overview over the period 2022-2023. We have 20 planned targets. We have achieved 17 of those targets. And there are the 3 targets that were not achieved, and we'll give reasons why. And the overall achievement for SANSA is 85%. Next slide. Just to break down some of those performance targets. The first target on the National Research Productivity Score for space-supported research and development, given the size of the space agency and the target and our performance, Chair, would just like to say that we've done very well in contributing to the National Research Productivity Score, where we've achieved 1,660 which is over the target of 1,445 for our research productivity score. For the percentage operational expenditure spent on small medium enterprises, we've improved quite significantly, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. There's a 13% increase of 43% of SMEs supported from the target of 30%. On the contract expenditure to the broader space-related industry for core space project, we're doing well. We will see this increasing in the next few years, given that we will be increasing our investment in the implementation of the National Space Program, where currently the target is at 61 million, and we've achieved 61.8 million. On the number of youth directly engaged on space-related sciences, which is important, Chair and members, we've seen a huge increase as well. We've done very well, our team, through Earth observations and space sciences in Hermanus, where we've reached 351,000 youth, which we're engaging directly on space, science, and technology. The number of students and interns supported for formalized training, we thank our shareholder, the Department of Science and Innovation, as well as our partnership with the NRF, where, Chair, we have supported 73 students and interns, which, of course, we've performed as expected. On the number of initiatives that transform SANSA into a high-performing agency, this is important, that as the space agency, as we look at our new business model, as alluded to by the board chair, that we're beginning to put in place processes that will ensure and systems that will ensure that we build a high-performing entity as we begin to look at building a culture in which, of course, we nurture and manage our talent, as well as ensuring that we provide an environment in which staff within the entity are well trained to look at a new focus and the growth plan that we're putting in place. Chair, on the percentage implementation of the audit action plan, we've put in place corrective measures, interventions, and we've seen this improvement already in this financial year. This is an area that we're paying attention to. And Chair, you would see in the next annual report that there will be a significant improvement in implementing our action plans in terms of our audit findings. On the number of joint initiatives undertaken through formal internal and international partnership, which is very much aligned to the DSI internationalization plan and focus. Chair, we've seen a growth of 50% in joint initiatives with our international partners, which the target was at 9, we've achieved 18. And you may have heard there will be a significant growth in this financial year as we focus on building strategic partnerships across the globe. The number of joint initiatives undertaken through formal African partnerships, we've seen a steady increase as well. Our new focus and our growth plan, it's very much focused on strengthening strategic partnerships with African countries, where we're looking at our regions where we are building very strong relationships with leading countries in specific regions in the north, south, as well as East, Central, and West Africa. The number of joint initiatives undertaken through formal national partnerships, we've seen a significant growth as well. We're beginning to see appreciation from a number of government departments, as well as at a provincial and municipality levels. And these bodes well for a focus and in supporting the Department of Science and Innovation, as well as government in the implementation of the district development model. Next slide. In the number of awareness and training intervention to key users of space-related products and services, we've seen a huge growth, and we'll continue working hard in ensuring that we really get our products and services used by the broader users in government, and at all tiers of government, provincial, national, as well as at a local municipality level. Number of additional government departments and public entities that are using space products and services, we've seen a 50% growth as well, and we'll continue working hard in ensuring that all key departments, given the role and the nature of space science technology, which is that of cross-cutting, that we will be working very close and making sure that we do develop products and services that are responding to their mandate. On developing Digital Earth South Africa, this is critical. We have a huge archive of satellite data ranging from Landsat, which dates from the early 70s, to the sport data, which goes back to the late 80s, mid 90s. This data is very important, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, for a number of applications. But what we're doing with Digital Earth South Africa is begin to look at going beyond just the provision of raw data or level 3 process data, but to analysis-ready data that users at different levels can begin to use this data to build products, applications, and services. The development of SIH, it's one of those that we're saying there's been a lesson learned. Of course, we had received an allocation letter for the SIH, over $1 billion, which is really exciting for us. But we haven't started with the contracting and acquisition because we then learned from National Treasury that we were expected to complete the cost-benefit analysis for the Space Infrastructure Hub, and therefore that delayed. And we're working very hard. We've submitted the cost-benefit analysis. We're waiting for the National Treasury and the Facility Budget Infrastructure, FBI, to give us a go-ahead and release the funds so that we can start with the contracting and the acquisition of SIH, which really looks at the entire value chain of the space program. That will really increase the activities as well as the direction that we're taking in the implementation of a viable and sustainable national space program. And therefore, we're hoping that, Chair, even though we may get the funding now, having passed the mid-year, that of the allocated 775 million for this year, we hope that we will be able to commit and, of course, contract and acquire in some areas, but it's going to be a huge challenge for us, given that we already passed mid-year. But we're looking forward to getting that funding, Chair. The percentage progress towards a new operational space weather center as per approved business case, we've achieved 100%. The space weather is center is fully operational, Chair. We are proud to announce to the portfolio committee that we currently are running the Space Weather Center 24/7, and we have 12 space weather forecasters, of which 11 of those forecasters are females, and there's only one young gentleman that's working with that. And we're very proud that within the period that we had planned that the space weather would be operational, we've done so. We're working very hard with International Civil Aviation Organization in looking at how we ensure the sustainability in terms of revenue generation, looking at the cost model, particularly when these becomes a service that will be provided to the aviation industry. Percentage progress towards the development of deep space capabilities. We are on course. It's exciting. We've done all the work, particularly looking at the geological survey, and that work is under progress. We've engaged a number of times with NASA, and we're hoping that we will finalize the technical agreement with NASA on the development of the deep space network. The percentage progress towards an upgraded assembly integration, Chair and members, you would know this has always been in the zero for the past 2 years or so. But I'd just like to inform Chair and members of the portfolio committee that we're working very hard. We've had a number of engagements with the group executive, CEO of Denel, and we have reached an agreement. We are currently doing due diligence in terms of having access to the facility. We have started, the project kickoff happened on the 11th of September at Grabo at the HOTEC. And Chair, I just want to say that we will see a significant improvement starting from this year in the upgrade. And we hope that by the end of next financial year, we would have upgraded this facility. As you may know, this facility is critical for our satellite build program. It's also critical in providing the platform as well as the facility for industry, as well as ensuring that we do develop and see the growth of the domestic space industry in the country. And therefore, we will be working very hard in ensuring that the facility gets upgraded. The number of products and applications, we've seen that we've reached the target. And you would see in the new focus, Chair, that there's a huge shift in just providing maps, but we are moving towards really what we call environmental or earth intelligence, which I'll share at a later stage. The total revenue generated from space operations, the target was 70 million. This is, again, just a true testament of how we geographically positioning ourselves as South Africa, but also a recognition by the international or the global space community and trusting us in providing the services. And we're hoping that with the deep space ground station in Markiesfontein, we would see an increase in revenue that's generated from us really utilizing our geographic advantage as South Africa in providing space operations and support to global missions. Lastly, Chair, on the satellite pass monitoring rate for Earth observation, again, we owe it to our world-class facility at Hartebeespoort that continues to provide support to the global space community. Chair, next slides. On the performance highlights, the Chair has already indicated that we're very excited in launching the space weather capability that's 24/7 operational. I want to also share that our site has been declared a national key point, and this is really exciting, Chair, meaning that the SANSA Hermanus site as well as the HBK at the Hartebeespoort site are now national key points. Chair, I just want to say on the space operations side, again, we are doing very well. Number of missions that we've been supporting globally. Just to highlight, we've also supported, of course, the United Arab Emirates moon rover, which was landing at the moon, and we're very proud. But that, again, is just an indication of how we're recognized as a partner of choice and a reliable partner that can provide the services as far as telemetry, tracking, and command is concerned. The new Deep Space Network ground station work is underway. Chair and members, this is really exciting for us. We would be in the Southern Hemisphere, be one of those ground stations that will be supporting. We would be one of those.
Mr. Mudau, Honorable Sibia, can you please mute your device? No, it's not Honorable Sibia, sorry, it's DDG Kuku. Ngibele ngaza umama ukhuluma isiZulu ngathi umama Sibia, ngiyaxolisa mama Sibia ungangishayi.
Thank you, Chair. Should I continue? So this is really exciting, Chair and members. We are one of the sites that will be supporting what we call the NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration of the US, the LEX program, which is the Lunar Exploration Grounds segment. And as Artemis 3 takes the first women of color to the moon, South Africa would be part of that mission. And we're very proud, and we're looking forward really to working at NASA. But again, Chair, this is just again the demonstration of how we can contribute to what we call science economy diplomacy. On our side is space economy diplomacy, and we're hoping that we will be attracting more of these advanced space nations. As we speak, there has been huge interest from our BRICS partners, as well as other European partners who are interested in coming and work with us at Marcus-Fontein. And Chair, we're hoping this initiative will also transform really the small town of Marcus-Fontein in terms of education and training, as well as contributing to space tourism and so. Next slide. I did touch on the success that we have in engaging with the broader South African youth community. We've reached over 42,000 youth across South Africa, and we will continue in doing this. As part of our new focus, we're now looking at space education as key in really contributing and building the STEM, including innovation in the country. I did touch on Digital Earth South Africa. This is critical. This is data that's going to take us back historically, and this data can be used into developing a number of applications, products, and services, but also looking at what we call change detection in terms of where we were. We believe that we should run a project, chair and members, but perhaps just to demonstrate what the government has done since 1994 in terms of the growth, in terms of economic activities. And we would like to use this data that we have, the historical data, to just demonstrate the progress that we've made since 1994 as the country. Next slide. On the number of applications, Chair, we're working very hard. There is a new focus within the space agency, other than just mapping or illustrating the extent of damage caused by these extreme events that we're seeing happening due to climate change. We're moving towards looking at predictive modeling. We're looking towards providing Earth intelligence in terms of looking at the merging or the integration of other technologies, be it AI, be it machine learning, as well as looking at communications and navigation and positioning. We've also supported the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal through the National Disaster Management Center with the flooding that was happening. We're continuing the engagements with the Eastern Cape and looking at how we can begin to, as our new focus, Chair and members, on looking at building early warning systems that can save lives as well as assets in the country. And this is an exciting era for the space agency. As we do so, of course, we're bringing in academia as well as industry in assisting in building this intelligence. We've also have built capacity, which we are expanding. We want to ensure that we build an operational system that can begin to monitor fires. And we are going to work very closely, of course, with the CSIR in looking on how we can expand the system that used to be in place, which was called the Advanced Fire Information System, to ensure that we provide fire danger ratings, but as well as early warning systems. And this becomes a critical applications, Chair, in not just for the sun parks and the parks, but also for ESCOM. And as we know what wildfires do in terms of tripping electricity and so on, which has a huge implications economically. Next slide. I'll hand over to the CFO as well as the executive director responsible for enterprise to take us through the financial report as well as human resources matters. CFO.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. I'll be taking you through the SANSA financial performance. Just taking it from the very top lines. We've got audited results for March 2023 compared to our budget. For additional interest, we've got on the extreme right in grey, March 22 full year as a comparison. Looking at our revenue, we achieved revenue of 351 million compared to a budget of 431 million. The main negative variance there was under our ring-fenced grants, where you'll see our revenue recognized was 68 million compared to a budget of 203 million. That was mostly due to delayed activity on the Hotech AIT upgrade, which the CEO mentioned earlier. So that's a large, that's predominantly the reason for that lower than expected revenue. We did have some very good achievements under our revenue from exchange transactions, notably there with the foreign customers, the likes of NASA, where you see we've got revenue of 102 million compared to a budget of 53 million. Our operating expenses were below budget by 17%. They came in at 341 million compared to a budget of 410 million. Employment costs were below budget by 9%, mainly due to two reasons. One is vacancies, and secondly, the reversal of a bonus provision for the prior year, which was not earned. Other operating expenses were in part impacted by the delayed activity on some of the grant-related activities. So there again, we were below budget by 23% at 182 million. We had a small surplus that you see there on an accrual basis of 10 million rand. On the capital expenditure, then there we were below budget by just under 100 million. That's predominantly driven by the AIT Hotech upgrade, which would have accounted for over 80 million of that negative variances. We also had a delay in the completion of or receipt of some computer equipment for our Space Weather Center that came through in 23-24, contributing to that variance. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, on this slide is really just the contribution of our various programs to the numbers that we saw on the previous screen. Under revenue, you can see there the main revenue generators are our space science program, as well as space operations, 84 million and 107 million respectively. Under operating expenses, you can see administration is up to 29% of total spend in the 2023 financial year. Earth observation, 19%, space science, 70%, 21% at 70 million, space operations, 29% at 99 million. Administration has increased owing to the centralization of group of common functions as we implement our new business model or value chain approach. And in practical terms, that means we've centralized the likes of finance, supply chain management, human resources, as well as facilities. So that change year on year is really due to the centralization. Chair, those are the highlights I'd like to cover on this particular page. If we go to the next slide. Chair, these are audit results for the 2020 March 2023 financial year, and just taking it from the very top where we see the auditor's inscriptions, item 5 there, where they say audit outcome of the financial statements of the entity is unqualified without findings. This is the same year, same as the previous year's audit outcome. So, Chair, we again are pleased with this outcome, the clean audit. We did, however, have a material finding under Program 2, which is our Earth observation program. You'll see there is that red dot, second row from the top, and that really relates to human error in compilation of the research productivity score for that program too. I think it was a simple error in summation where Q4 results presented for audit were not included in the total. So simple human error, and we've taken corrective action. The research productivity score in this indicator 1.1.1 is correct in the audited annual report, and it was really a matter of the figures submitted for audit had that understatement. Chair, we can go to the next slide. Chair, I'll pause at this stage and perhaps hand over to the Executive Director for Enterprise Services.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bongile Mazibuko. I need to apologize up front. We've been working on my camera the whole morning with ICT. There seems to be a problem with my laptop. Chair, the information that I'm going to provide is an overview of our HR in the year 22-23. We're sitting at a number of employees at 213 as compared to 203 in 21-22. And vacancies were 54. Chair, the CEO alluded to earlier on, the vacancies are allocated as per funding allocation. We don't appoint if we don't have any funding in place. And most of these vacancies are also attached to project implementation plans of the various projects that we have. We've had a number of challenges in terms of attracting particularly high-skilled professionals in the employment equity category, because we're competing with Schedule 2 SOEs as well as private sector. So your systems engineers, your software engineers are hard to attract as their salary bracket is very high, and we can't afford some of them. And the other issue is with our side, particularly Hermanus, people are not willing to go as far as Hermanus and be relocated there. Next slide. This slide demonstrates our employee demographics. We are in 22-23, we're sitting at 136 Africans, followed by our white employees, Indians and colors and Indians. And the breakdown in terms of females, we were sitting at 49% for females and 51% for males. Our target for the year for people with disability was 5%. We managed to achieve 2%. In this financial year, 23-24, we've ensured that the panel of employment agents that we have, they cater for this category so that we can meet the targets. It's difficult to identify if you don't have a network. So we're hoping in this financial year we'll improve on this target. Thank you. This slide, Chair, is breaking down the employee gender pay each occupational level as of the 31st of March 2023. It's the further breakdown of the previous slide. In terms of the skilled professionals, we're sitting at 59% female and 49% male. And if you look at the employee race per occupational level, we're sitting with 74% highly skilled African. Thank you. We focus on a number of key and strategic initiatives in this past financial year, key of which is doing a skills audit so that we can be able to say which are the critical skills that are required by SANSA going forward, and for us to be able to meet the mandate of SANSA. Unfortunately, we are indicating in the report that this project we are unable to finish in the last financial year due to the non-performance of the service provider that we appointed. We had to go through a legal process to exit them. We are continuing in 23-24. We are in the process of appointing a new service provider. We've developed the workforce plan. Also, what was big for us is that we launched new values and a culture and an employee value proposition. And this was bottom up. The values were generated by employees. We had a number of workshops where they identified what was key for them, what was important for them in terms of the values, and how they foresaw the culture going forward of the institution. The employee value proposition as well was very important. It was generated by staff and endorsed by EXCO. All of this were approved by the board. In this financial year, we are continuing with the launch. We've got a number of promotional material that have been approved to embed the new culture. We also, in the past financial year, we reviewed our talent management framework. In this financial year, we've had it approved by board. We're sitting with 21 HR policies and processes and procedures that were reviewed in the last financial year. We are continuing to look at our policies as to whether they're duplicated, they are obsolete, or whether they need to be combined. And in the end of 23-24, we'll be looking at probably fewer policies than we have now. And we are continuing with employee learning and development, particularly for our interns and artisans. We have a plan in place to ensure that they are absorbed. We may not be able to absorb all of them, but we're developing and empowering them for the whole industry. Due to our payroll budget, we can't afford, unfortunately, to absorb all the interns that we train and develop. I will hand over to the CEO for the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO and ED. Just to say, Chair and members, there are a number of key challenges that we're facing, but as you've heard from the ED on the HR side, that we're working very hard in ensuring that we do attract technically and highly skilled engineers. From our institutional review, we've also learned that we need to really focus on strengthening capacity within engineering, particularly looking at systems engineering, project and program management. And we have started the recruitment process to employ systems engineers. We're doing the same for Earth observation, which is core to the work that we do. Chair and members, you would know, even if you launch the satellites, if you don't have the capacity to exploit and build applications, products, and services, it defeats the purpose of what we intend to do as the space agency. We've touched on the issue of scarcity of space science and space engineering. But Chair, I just want to point out as an intervention that we're putting, we are looking at it strategically within the space agency, particularly with the bursary program that we have, as well as some of the space engineering supported programs by the Department of Science and Innovation. We've had challenges at CPUT, but they're currently building. But again, it just demonstrates how, those highly skilled engineers that are came out from that program and how they are well sought after by the industry. And therefore, we are working very hard with the CPUT and the DSI in looking at getting the program back on track, including the program at the DUT, which is looking at communications, navigation, and surveillance. So those are critical, including our bursary program, in ensuring that we do address this challenge of building and of course being deliberate in the type of engineers that we want trained, looking at our future desired state and where we want to see the space agency playing. So we will be using that. The other challenge on the utilization of infrastructure to support clients with required products and applications. Again, it's all hands on deck. Digital Earth South Africa, as well as our Earth Observation Data Center, are critical in providing platforms that would ensure that these products and services are easily accessible, but we also provide tools for training and manuals, but also to ensure that some of these products are readily available to be used for services, and we are working hard on that. We talked about the pipeline for prospective students, and as I said, Chair, we're looking at how we use academic programs, as well as the support that we're getting from the DSI on the bursaries with NRF, as well as HSRC on the interns and so on. We retrain some of those. Need to increase efforts to generate the SANSA story. We've heard so many times from our shareholder, the department, that we're not visible, but Chair, I'm sure you've seen lately that there has been quite a number of media release. Just in the last quarter, I think we've generated material and increment and the brand equity, as well as the exposure of the work that we're doing as the space agency that exposure was valued at over 15 million in the last quarter. So there will be a huge increase on the visibility of the work that we're doing, and of course the relevance of the work that we're doing. I did touch on the Space Infrastructure Hub. We're engaging with the department, and we're hoping that the funding of over $1 billion for SIH will be released soon, so we can start with the rolling out of the SIH programs, which also includes some of the flagship initiatives. Next slide. Chair and members, we're currently working on this, on the new vision, but we do so owing it to the mandate that we've been given by the SANSA Act, that we have to build a space program that's responsive to some of the societal challenges that we're facing, but also beginning to create an environment that's conducive for industry development. But we do so, we want to build a space program that's inclusive, that ensure that there's equity in terms of the knowledge that gets generated. You have heard with our focus on fostering research and development and innovation in specific thematic areas. On the Earth system science, we're looking at environmental or Earth intelligence. But when we get to space exploration, which is really exciting, we're saying as South Africa, we cannot wait. As you can see, the race to the moon happening, and South Africa wants to also play part. We believe that it will create more opportunities for youth, women in South Africa in this area of space exploration. The launch of the optoelectronic system at our Space Ops in Hartebeespoort really just demonstrate where we want to be playing in space exploration. That system is, we've co-developed with Roscosmos, the Russian space agencies, to focus on space situational awareness as part of space exploration. And we're hoping that the data that's coming out of this system for space debris monitoring will be used by the academia in building more capacity and begin to look at South Africa playing a key role in space exploration. And that also includes the role that Space Weather Center will be playing in this area of space exploration, as well as ensuring that we protect our space assets, because we are developing products and services that will ensure that we provide the intelligence that's required for the country. Again, on the research side, you may have heard the partnership that we're having with the latest development within the defense industry, where they've created the Space Command, and these areas, particularly on space situational awareness and space traffic management, becomes very critical for not just space governance, but global space governance, and believe that South Africa needs to be playing in that part. You may have heard the latest in terms of the Memorandum of Understanding that we've signed with the Chinese National Space Administration, looking at the International Lunar Research Station, where the Chinese are looking at putting in place a research station. This is exciting for the academia, as well as for the industry, and we would be participating in such. But again, Chair, I just want to again highlight that these demonstrate how South Africa, even when SANSA is just 12 years, how we recognized globally and the role and the contribution that we can make in the global space economy. We've also signed with the Chinese manned space program on the Taikonaut program. This is exciting, where we'll be looking at areas from health to material sciences and so on, gravity experiments, payloads and experimental payloads that we'll be putting into this Chinese manned space program. The Tiangong space station, which will be expanded in the few years it's operational. But this is really exciting for us, as we will be working with the Chinese in the training of the future African or astronaut, as we say at the space agency. But we would like to see young women becoming part of these. We would, of course, in the next financial year, as we report, Chair, give you the progress on where we are in terms of the recruitment and the experiments that we will be focusing on. So this is really exciting, and the focus that we are taking in fostering research, development, and innovation in this number of thematic areas. And this also includes the other BRICS partners that we're working with, Roscosmos, and looking at the Milky Way proposal that the BRICS are considering. And we've just signed the minutes of our bilateral last week. So in terms of support in industrial development, transformation is critical for us. As you may know, currently, particularly on the upstream, where really the concentration is in the Western Cape, specifically in Stellenbosch and Somerset West. We would like to see this happening in Gauteng, happening in some parts of the country, Limpopo, Eastern Cape. I would like to say to the chair and portfolio committee members that we're working very hard with other industry players to begin to look at how we can put in place an accelerator program or an incubator program in which startups and SMEs can be supported. And we want to do so in advancing, but also in supporting Black excellence across the country. The strategic partnerships and international cooperations, we have created a CEOs forum, which we provide leadership in the African continent, where we talk to the leaders of the other space institutions, because our focus, Chair and members, is to capture a certain niche market in the African continent, and this is really exciting. I did touch on the BRICS. BRICS partnerships are getting stronger and stronger, and we're hoping that also with other strategic partners such as NASA, the French Space Agency, CNES, as well as DLR in Europe and so on, we will be strengthening that. For the future, Chair, we're moving away from just building one satellite, because we've seen the new space and the growth globally that we need to focus on building constellation. And therefore, the investment that we'll be receiving from National Treasury with the support of the DSI on the Space Infrastructure Hub, the focus is to begin to look at really exploring and exploiting the mandate that we've been given, which is to ensure that we begin to look at how we can create an ecosystem and an ecosystem that support investment by either the venture capitalists or those that may be interested in investing in us. But we're also looking at as part of course, demonstrating what we can do with the investment that we're getting from SIH to say the commitment from us to government is 2 satellites, but we believe that if we do bring in investors and begin to develop joint ventures with those investors, that we will be moving towards building operational constellations, and that's where there are more opportunities for the downstream segment to grow and create more jobs, but very high-tech and sustainable jobs. We would, again, as we strengthen Earth observation, begin to look at moving away to just the creation of maps, but beginning to provide answers as well as the intelligence as indicated. We want to ensure that it's a program that's inclusive. It's a program that brings in, of course, all the elements as stated by others, that we broaden the geographical spread and we cover the rest of the country. We've begun to also inculcate, not just with our key stakeholders, but within the space agency, a culture of entrepreneurship, where we're encouraging our young scientists and engineers that can come up with ideas, innovative ideas that can get to the market, that we do create that environment, not just focusing on entrepreneurship outside the space agency. And this is really exciting. We hope that with doing so, we will be able to attract young, brilliant talents to come to the space agency, because they're given a space and an environment, or a supporting environment for them to grow. In instances where those ideas can go to the market, then the space agency become that platform which provides that support. Chair, I just want to end by saying that as part of these investment strategy and our growth plan that we're putting in place, that we are, as SANSA, very excited. And we are strengthening our partnership both nationally as well as in Africa, but also globally. And this is really exciting in assuring that we do attract investment to the country. Last, Chair, I just want to announce that we're very proud as South Africa, but also as the Space Agency, that last week we were at the International Astronautical Congress, which you attended in Paris last year. This year we were in Azerbaijan and Baku, and just to announce to the portfolio committee that our acting MD for Earth observation, Ms. Asanda Sangoni, has been appointed as the Vice President of the International Astronautical Federation. And this is really critical for Africa's voice at the global stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO and CEO and ED. And I would like to also express my apologies again, Chair, for the oversight with regards to the written apology of the chairperson. We'll make sure that this is corrected through the office of the company secretary. I'll hand over to you, and we're looking forward to your comments, questions, and recommendations that you can improve on SANSA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can I kindly have note members who would like to make inputs, comments, questions, recommendations? Okay. Can I note members? Honorable Itzia says he's happy again. Honorable King. Right, I'll note Honorable King's hand for now. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your presentations. I think let me just continue from the department, then I'll move over to TIA and SANSA. I think we must acknowledge, noting that the portfolio committee has been so invested in ensuring that we see transformation in the national system of innovation. We must welcome the strides in relation to the representation or the investment on Black women researchers. And then one would like to suggest that perhaps we revisit the target on investment in SMMEs, seeing as we are overachieving in that regard. So to the department, I understand that at times, I think it was last year, where the department explained to us how it finds itself in a situation where it seems like it was under planning or under targeting, and by and large related to a lack of surety or an insecurity around funding, which also is fostered through or galvanized through partnerships that you might not be certain of at that particular point in time. However, I think there could be leeway for us to revisit that particular target on investment in SMMEs. And if there is, maybe colleagues can indicate if they think it would be too early to increase that particular target. Colleagues are also welcome to share reasonings thereof. And then this also goes for our target on support to districts and municipalities. Given the fact that, the district development model has been something that the government has currently been prioritizing, perhaps we are bound to see a greater uptake for the support that the department has been wanting to give to municipalities or local government. Because we are aware of the fact that colleagues within the national system of innovation have shared with us throughout the years that we do have all these initiatives and solutions, programs sitting within the department that we believe the rest of government can benefit from. However, there isn't a strong enough uptake, and so if we are overachieving on that target in relation to local government or municipalities, perhaps now is the time for us to up that target. And from what we're seeing, there is commitment towards the district development model, and so we should see more of that. And we've also approved, or Cabinet has approved, the decadal plan, which speaks at length about coordination. There's this task team that is there with DPME, and one would wonder how, we are relating with SALGA in relation to this, because if there's all these efforts to increase coordination, then our targets, we're bound to meet our targets, and therefore our targets should increase. However, one is concerned about the poor performance around service delivery innovations, and maybe this is somehow linked to the difficulties that colleagues shared around commercialization. However, these innovations around service delivery truly speak to the meaningfulness and the impact that we want to see within the impact we want to see the NSI have in our communities. And so us meeting targets around service delivery innovations is really important. I'd like to understand from colleagues at TIA why the CFO didn't present around finances. I just want to most of the time people try and share those responsibilities so that more people get an opportunity to interact with Parliament. And so, is the CFO okay? Are we fine there? What's happening there? Maybe let me start with a compliment. I think really the presentation and how you laid out the information should be well received. Your ability to also link the numbers, link the targets to, or the achievements through a narration of the work that's being done, or the work that you're supporting as TIA. That is well welcome. Maybe in the future, as a committee, if time permits, also given the fact that we are towards the end of our term, we are nearing the end of the sixth administration, and the committee program is becoming more and more contested. But perhaps there could be a way for us to have some of these innovators or beneficiaries presenting their innovations or products to us as a committee. One would like to understand what informs the interest in bio-based techs, as indicated on slide 12, particularly within the community of women. Want to also welcome the support towards students who are and postdocs, and perhaps that there is some linkage in terms of how that then supports some of the difficulties that would have been listed by the DSI in relation to commercialization. Of course, your frustrations immediately fall within the frustrations that the DSI reports on, but we are seeing work that is being done towards investment for or support for students and postdocs. Can you help me understand why we have such a high number of licensed or assigned techs under persons with disabilities? What's the correlation there? And then I also want to welcome the collaboration between academia and industry. And one would maybe want to understand, when we say academia, do we mean academics and lecturers and so forth, and industry, and what do we mean by that? So is it a lecturers innovation that we're seeing being supported by industry, or are we saying a unit that is responsible for innovation in an institution of higher learning is supported by industry? What does that necessarily mean? And as you unpack that, I think generally noting the concern we've had in terms of the buy-in of industry and private sector overall in the work that we're trying to do, not only as this department, but as government. We share similar frustrations when we discuss industry partnership within the higher education and training sector, right? So we must welcome the increase in terms of collaboration in that regard, but just to unpack on what exactly that looks like. Also want to welcome the launching of more products. I see that there's been in fact, we've overachieved there. All right, and then can I please have an update on the tech stations? I think it was last year's annual performance report, or last year's BRRR season, where we made an emphasis on the fact that we should not only be partnering with universities or only be having tech stations in universities, but also in TVET colleges, and wanting to see increased partnership in that regard. And I think in your the department's annual performance plans this year, there was, a consideration or mention of this, but just and we were brought into confidence that there is consideration, on how we can strengthen this. And in fact, I can remember it was Dr. Moafe who spoke to this, but if there has been any progress that has been made, if you could kindly share in that regard. And then I think it will be important that going into the future, we add our observations or whatever tracking we are doing or monitoring we are doing of investments that we've made, right? So where we have supported an individual, let us find ways of just saying where are they now, so that it shows that we do have an interest in seeing, no matter how few they are, and if they are struggling, we say they're struggling, and then when we admit to that, the fact that look, we invested in this, we supported this, and it hasn't gone anywhere, we thought it was a good investment. It affords us an opportunity as a collective to then think about which doors do we knock on, what further collaboration do we need to advocate for in order for people or individuals or collectives who are working in that particular space to be greatly supported in order for those innovations or products not to fall through the cracks and our investment to essentially be wastable to some extent. And then going to SANSA, we were concerned around the space infrastructure hub, but I think towards the end there, Mr. Mudau did unpack on where we are. So you have explained where we are in that relation. I may have missed the explanation around AIT and our performance there, which is concerning. And maybe you can just take us through. You can just take us through where we are. I really think I probably missed it because there is a lot that you spoke to that was not necessarily on the slides. I think you elaborated more as you spoke through the slides. But I think for us, really, our capacity, I mean, one would think that our performance around assembly, integration, and testing would essentially lead to our capacity in relation to rocketry. And if I'm wrong, please indicate, because I'm definitely not a space guru. But if you could sort of bring us into confidence on what's happening there. What are the impeding factors towards that? I think one has on many occasions explained the importance of us having our own rocketry capacity. And that's not to say anything about those that are currently supporting us in that regard. When I say those, I mean other countries that are supporting us in that regard. But I think we all collectively appreciate from a safety and security perspective the importance for us to have our own rocketry capacity. Also want to welcome improvements on vacancies in relation to admin in particular. But just looking at that particular slide, it's a bit confusing, and one then thinks perhaps there could have been some amendments to your organogram, just generally in terms of your workforce in various programs of the entity. And if that's the case, can you please send us your updated organogram so that we can better sort of measure progress in relation to filling of vacancies vis-a-vis the changes that you've made to the structure of the entity in terms of its workforce. And then to just highlight the concern around the program on space engineering, only considering the fact that the entity only met one of those indicators. And perhaps, when just one looks at the human resource or the workforce and the target, perhaps the target outcomes, perhaps there's a correlation there. And then just to, can colleagues please make sure that, when we set audit action plans, it's meet them, because that can only but strengthen our entities. All right, that's just it from my side. Honorable King.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone on the platform. Chair, I also like to echo my pleasure and satisfaction with how well this department and its entities is always performing. It makes it a bit difficult.
King,
Yes,
I think you've forgotten that you're now in Parliament.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Sorry, let me change it. Sorry for that, Chair.
All right, you can just
there we go.
Thank you. Sure.
My apologies, Chair, for that. I actually didn't realize. Yes, Chair, I'm also very happy with the way they're performing. It is a bit concerning on the little bit of regression from 92 to 80% on the Department of Science and Innovation in terms of its indicators. But from what was said and told, it is clear that it's in certain instances it was beyond out of their control. But it is a bit of a concern that we know hopefully next year it will be much better, and we'll see that 90% plus again. So, Chair, my first question would be basically the zero missions that were realized of the budget, of the target of the 5 SIT missions, because of the decadal plan, which was only approved in November. What measures have they then put in place in order to ensure that they achieve this target that they set for themselves? Chairperson, it is welcoming that the decadal plan was approved, but we need to find out how this is going to assist this department in particular to ensure that they increased the expenditure, or at least the budget is going to be increased to the target which was set of 1.1%. So if we could get an understanding how that would actually assist in realizing the 1.1% on R&D. Chair, also on Program 1, the National Science Policy has been approved. I just wanted to find out if that has been submitted to Cabinet already by the Minister. I didn't get it when I read. Then also, Chair, 99.7% of the budget was spent. They've achieved 80%. I just wanted to find out how does that link in with research and development, and how does it extend? Because if you achieve only 80%, you've already almost spent all your budget that was granted. How does that tie into it? Chair, the target for pre-approval decisions within 90 days for 80% of applications for research and development tax incentives has not been met. And to date, they've only achieved 9% of that. That is concerning, and if we can just get an understanding on what measures are going to be put in place in order to achieve that target, or to improve on that target, Chairperson. Then, Chair, one of the 6 statistical reports on performance of research and development tax incentives was produced in 2022-2023, which was from a 2021-2022 perspective. So I just wanted to find out if this report can be or will it be presented in Parliament, Chairperson. Chair, on TIA, I just wanted to find out, they say that there are measures in place to track the market success and penetration of technology that has been commercialized. I just want to find out how successful are they in tracking that measure to ensure that there are better market success after they have commercialized the product as well. Then Chair, both to SANSA and TIA, we've seen recently, I know I've asked this in March again, but I am a bit concerned now with the energy crisis that's going on in our country, and how is that affecting the investment in commercialization onto their products, and how is that affecting then reaching the targets of the various programs that they have in place. Because we are seeing that the energy crisis is having a major effect in our country. And I just wanted to find out how is this entity affected and the mitigators that they have to ensure that they actually reach most of the targets and it's not hindered by the energy crisis in the country. Chair, with SANSA, I saw on this slide, they say the Space Infrastructure Hub and the Earth Observation User requirements for acquisition of the SAHEO space system. They have a challenge with that. What measures have they put in place in order to achieve this? And that this is no more part of the challenges going forward. And then the last question, Chair, it was also indicated by SANSA, measures are in place. Measures in place to achieve 50% on the AIT facility. They have not achieved that at all. And I wanted to find out, they need to get to the 50%. What measures they have then put in place to ensure that at least they reach the 50% goal come the next financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. These are then the questions, comments, and recommendations from ourselves as a committee. And also just to say, can we have an articulation of Mr. Ndlovu's apology, in the meeting? Because, why is he not here? So whilst we still do want a written letter, we do need to understand why he's not in the meeting currently. Okay, with that being said, thank you once again, Honorable King, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Itier has said he's fine on the WhatsApp, on the chat, and acknowledges the work that's been done by the department and its entities. So I'm going to start with perhaps not, let me start with TIA, then I'll go to SANSA, and then I'll go to the department. And then the DG will close for us. Can I then hand over to Ms. Modise?
Sure, thank you very much, Chair, for those constructive inputs, constructive questions. Thanking you and Member King as well. The questions are noted, and we'll hand it over to our Acting CEO, Mr. Patrick Krappy, and also our CFO to expand further on the financial presentation that was missing, as you had asked. So, Patrick, I'll hand it over to you and then the CFO.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to members for the questions. Okay, so let me pick up the first one that was more direct around the lack of adequate detail in the CFO's part of the presentation. And I suppose using of graphs, sometimes we think that it helps for brevity purposes and it paints a picture, but I accept that maybe we should have included a little bit more detail to explain the different categories. So it was not by design. I think it was just in recognition of the time limitations we had to present the information, Chair. So we are happy to, and this is a commitment we can make, of send out a more kind of clarified, and I looked at how the department itself had designed their financial information. I thought that was quite helpful. So yeah, Chair, I think it's just to accept that I think we thought it was okay to do it that way, but we're happy to share more detailed information, which we will do. So there's a couple of questions, Chair, and I'm going, because I've got an executive team I'm working with, I'm going to ask them to come in on certain parts of the questions. But I will answer certain questions directly from where I sit, Chair. The idea about let me pick up on the one around academics and how we are fostering collaboration between industry or our entrepreneurs working with academia. And this is obviously a challenge. There are two reasons why we want to work with industry. The first one, they are the most appropriate route to market, and they give us better chances of commercialization success because they understand the market intelligence. They are the takers of some of the products. They own the supply chains. And so there's a vested interest in working with them from that point of view. But the second one is really about the money they have to supplement the little resources that we have and are working with. And I think that's part of the reason why we do that. Our own, call it private sector, its participation in the innovation discourse is not very impressive. That's why the country is losing competitiveness. In as much as we would want to invest in technologies that solve their competitiveness, they must show a vested interest in them working with us. So that's a basic rationale. Now, what is it that we do as TIA to kind of foster that collaboration? So we partner with them. Either we co-fund an investee or an entrepreneur that can then work with the private sector, or we fund a researcher at university who is able to show us that they've got an industry partner who is then able to help their technologies mature quickly and define better routes to market. And really that model of funding and co-funding, the important thing is just to make sure that there is an industry collaboration. Now, who are the people in academia that we support? In the main, it's your science councils, because they are the researchers as well. Because our science council carry a lot of R&D capabilities with them in the first place. But once they show that they have a private sector partner that they are working with, I think the better value proposition of their project and really stands better chances of being funded by us. So it's a deliberate drive to make sure that we really foster this collaboration. The update on the technology stations and the TVET colleges and progress that we are making. Well, let me start by saying that, the minister called for this quite a while ago, and he asked TIA specifically, really when we were presenting our APP, to say, TIA, you need to think about expanding the technology station model. Make sure that this is also partnered. You are able to locate some of these facilities in the TVET colleges, and for reasons that I explained earlier on. Now, tech stations, if you were to put one new technology station, completely new in the same model, it's quite expensive to establish that. And of course, we don't have enough money. But we are establishing some kind of centers where we can allow entrepreneurs at TVET colleges. We've already established a few of these as TIA. That's not enough. The department, and it's really not so, it's not informed by a critical analysis of what obtains on the ground. So the department has appointed a service provider who is doing a strategy based on an analysis of what the landscape looks like, where the greatest potential lies for us to have better impact, because not all TVET colleges will be able to, give us that which we want. So we're waiting for that strategy, because only then we'll be able to really cost the model with the department and then say, how do we roll it out? But we are still sitting with the challenges of optimizing the existing technology stations themselves. And make sure that, as I talk about asset preservation, we really need to preserve those. I have a colleague who is responsible in TIA to lead the commercialization agenda. And I'm going to ask him to talk about how the tracking question of how we track our investees that we support and make sure that they are able to gain traction in the market, but also to deal with the question around how does the energy crisis impact them. And then that is Brian Patlele, our executive for commercialization. After that, I'll hand over to Dr. Vuyisile Pehani, who is our executive for bioeconomy, who can explain, I think, a little better how the interest in bio-based technologies by women that we have reported. And I think he's quite capable to speak about that. Chair. Otherwise, the rest of the other issues, I think I've covered the key questions, Chair. But the investment in SMME question, which was directed to the department, naturally is one that we also have a vested interest in. And a perspective from our side on this is as follows. Primary mandate, as I said, primary customer for TIA is the research community. But we've accepted that entrepreneurs, and we've got budding entrepreneurs, SMMEs that require our support. That's why we've got a specific outcome focusing on them. The interesting thing is that when we talk about a large number of the technologies that have been commercialized, a great percentage of that, in fact, comes from entrepreneurs who are entrepreneurs in the first place. And part of the success in commercialization really lies in the jockey. Sometimes we make the mistake of thinking that once we've invested in the development of the technology, everything is okay. It's not okay. You have to focus on the jockey and make sure that you support the very people. The researchers are not jockeys. And so there's an area where we need to intervene through different models, and we're having conversations around how we can close that gap in that space. But I'm going to give over to Brian, and then Brian will give over to CFO. I hope I answered yours adequately. If you feel I failed you, please feel free to come in and give your answer in more detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ACU. Thank you, ACU, and thank you, members. I'm going to speak to the two issues as directed by the ACU. With regards to the tracking question, post-commercialization, I must illuminate on the fact that what we do is that post-investing in these startups, post-investing in these projects, we don't drop them and leave them to their devices. We actually handhold these entrepreneurs in our market access support. By way of example, we've taken a youngster that invented a chronic medication dispensing unit in terms of a system of lockers that makes it possible for patients to rock up at a clinic or at a school, punch in a pin, receive their medication that way without talking to anybody. We've taken them to Namibia, and I'm proud to say that they've been able to install at more than 20 hospitals, and I'm talking more than 1,000 cubicles, impacting healthcare in that country, and of course here as well. The point here is that without our active involvement, something like that would not have been achieved, especially by a youngster from Soweto. So in a nutshell, we do invest, but we continue being involved and using our proximity to commercial markets, to funding markets, industrial markets, to the benefit of our entrepreneurs. Secondly, and in terms of the results we are reporting, if one looks at the royalty income and in the previous year, you'll see a number around 5 million rand. So the way to contextualize that from a tracking standpoint, if one were to apply an average 5% royalty rate, that 5 million rand seems small, but applying a 5% royalty rate translates into about 100 million rands of economic value generated by a select few products funded by TIA. Let me move on to energy. Energy remains important, and I must say that if you look at our split of resources, the public funded organization tend to have a bigger chunk. And if we were to look at the CSR, for example, it is not even affected by the energy crisis because they tend to get some preferential treatment of sort. Right. And from that standpoint, it has been less of a challenge in terms of conducting R&D that we fund with an intent to commercialize. However, I must close by saying that we are seeing it more as an opportunity, in the sense that we are getting more and more applications for funding, which are geared towards helping us eat away at the problem of load shedding. Let me leave it here for now, unless there's a need for me to expand further. Thank you so much.
Let me say something, Brian, before Dr. V answers. The angle of the question was really about, and this was from Honorable King, how does the energy crisis affect the ability of our entrepreneurs to achieve commercialization success? And perhaps that's what I thought the angle of the question was. If you can maybe answer that before Dr. V comes in.
Thank you, SEO. So as I said, if you look at the bulk of the split, institutions that we fund are hardly actually affected by what you're talking about. And from an entrepreneurial market standpoint, there's been very negligible, call it effect, in the sense that typically, if this was the issue, we will be seeing requests for, say, project timeline extensions. We'll be seeing requests for cost deviations as a result of load shedding. That hasn't happened. I emphasize that it has actually been more of an opportunity, in that we are getting more entrepreneurs coming on board to come help us with this solution in one way or another. That has been the highlight of this whole crisis. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. V.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and good afternoon. So regarding the target for TIA around the bio-based innovations that have been demonstrated, what we've done very well is to source innovations from women within our country. And some of these innovations, a number of them, have in essence, borne the fruits that the colleagues see. For example, in our space of indigenous knowledge systems, those innovations have in essence come from women in rural areas. We have come up with innovations. The example is the Setsong tea enterprise, which is led 100% by women, and which in essence, in fact, has secured a offtake agreement with the retail sector. So these are the kinds of things we report on, colleagues. In the case of the Eastern Cape, in partnership with the CSR, we have launched a number of products, also through the support of women-led enterprises in the rural areas of the Eastern Cape. A number of our women innovators at higher education institutions, as well as in the science councils, have been women. We've been deliberate in targeting these women to come through to TIA, talk to us about innovations, which we've supported right through to technology demonstration. Overall, colleagues, what I'd like to say is that generally in the biological sciences, women perform better than men. This is not a commonly known secret, but this is something that some of us who are scientists have come to learn, and certainly we know where to find women who are innovative, and we want to demonstrate this particular fact. Just to give you an example, the technologies developed for treating COVID, the mRNA-based technologies, that particular innovation was developed by a woman. Similarly, in South Africa, the mRNA hub is led by a woman, Petra Blanche, through Afrigen Biologics. So, colleagues, we've really done our homework as far as this is concerned in terms of finding these women who are innovative, and we support them, in essence, to bring these technologies onto the market such that they can be commercialized to the benefit of our country. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thanks, colleagues. Back to you, Chair. We've attempted, I think, to address the questions that I had noted. I hope they are satisfactory. We have also taken note of the request from the Portfolio Committee Chair. Despite the, I think, nearing end of term, we will try to take advantage of whatever opportunity is there to bring some of our entrepreneurs to share their stories. And thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Krapi. Ms. Modise, are you fine?
I'm happy, Chair. And yes, we will definitely send you more on the financial information. The team will make sure that, and we appreciate your constructive inputs and also the questions. We thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues, and have yourselves a lovely Friday, but you'll only be released at the end of the meeting. I'd like to then hand over to Ms. Sekhache and to Mr. Mudau.
Thank you, Chair. Before I allow Mr. Mudau to respond to the questions that were noted from yourself and Honorable Member King, let me just respond to the question around the apology of the chairperson of the board. So he had to attend to his own personal matters that were pressing that he could not be here today. His apology was noted in the attendance register that was submitted to DSI. The only thing that was just not submitted formally is just the written letter, but the apology was noted in the attendance register that was submitted to DSI. I hope that clarifies it for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sekhache.
All right, I'll hand over to the CEO to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair of the PPC. On the question on the CBA, Chair, I just want to say that indeed the money was released, but so the money was allocated but not released because there was still an outstanding cost-benefit analysis, which we've done, submitted, and it's been acknowledged by National Treasury. So we're just waiting for the funding to be released for us to kickstart the program. Chair, on the AIT facility, as I said, Chair, this facility is critical. So it's at the critical path of National Space Program, particularly when you're looking at the satellite build program and as well as creating a platform that would support the growth of the domestic space industry. The facility, Chair, you would remember that it's DPE and Denel that has been running and owning the facility, and therefore the engagements that we've been having with Denel, where we've created a task team to look at the migration of the facility from Denel to SANSA, or from public enterprise to DSI, has been ongoing. Of course, it's taken us too long for us to resolve this, but I can say that we have made significant progress. One being that we have received from Denel the pre-notification letters that they received and the response from National Treasury on the disposal of HOTEC AIT facility. This is a requirement by the PFMA, particular section 54. We have also been working with the department in ensuring that we make a submission as well for the acquisition of Denel, of the Denel Space Tech, which we are, of course, separating from the acquisition of the HOTEC AIT facility. We've made the submission. And the DSI as well has been working on submitting a memorandum of understanding, in which that memorandum of understanding will seek concurrence between the three ministers, the Minister of Science and Innovation, as well as the Minister of Public Enterprise, with the Minister of Finance. So we are required by PFMA Section 54 to C or D to follow that process when we do the acquisition of OTEC. But Chair, what I want to say, and also to respond to Honorable Member King, is that yes, we're supposed to be at 50%. In September this year, we've put together an integrated project team that met, and the kickoff happened on the 9th of September. And we would see the funding is available. You would see progress in the next reporting. We're working very hard, as you said, Chair, in ensuring that this facility is fully operational to support the industry as well as our transformative agenda in the country. Chair, the access to space, indeed, I mean, as I always say, that we're living in a very volatile and uncertain world. We've seen the shift in the geopolitics and the global politics. So access to space becomes critical, to the point that you made. And therefore, our work and effort with the Department of Science and Innovation in building indigenous launch capability in the country becomes critical. Hence, we're working very hard with the UKZN. We finalized the business case 2 years ago, which demonstrate that there will be a return on investment. Our vision as the space agency, together with our shareholder, is to develop a spaceport, given a geographic advantage, because facility of that nature would not be sustainable with just launching South African satellites. And therefore, we want to build a spaceport that will ensure that we do host other launching facilities for other countries. There has been a huge interest from Roscosmos and the Russian Federation, from Israel, the Indian Space Agency, as well as the conversation that we're having with the Chinese as well as industry. Virgin Galactic in Dubai at the IAC also indicated a huge or keen interest in setting up facilities there. So we believe that with our geographic advantage and with focus on the sun-synchronous or polar orbiting launches, that we would provide a facility that's the airspace is free, and therefore in terms of cost as well, that will be very strategic. And it's a facility that will be for us very viable and will generate income for the space agency as well as for the country. So it's one area that we're looking at. Of course, it's capital intensive. We require your support in ensuring that we do mobilize the resources that we need for us to be able to build that facility. We've taken note of the comment you made on the organogram, that we will share the organogram. But I just want to point out that in terms of our thinking, the program or budget structure of the space agency hasn't changed, except that we've strengthened certain parts, particularly looking at our value chain approach in terms of what we require with our new growth plan. We would have a unit that's going to look at overall quality assurance as well as looking at the investment and sustainability of the space agency. With regard to space engineering, it is, as I indicated, Chair and members, that from the institutional review as well, space engineering was singled out as an area that is a risk for the space agency. And we've started a recruitment process. But as part of our new business model, we're also looking at streamlining some of the capacity that we have, particularly when you're looking at systems engineering, engineers that are at HBK, Hartbeespoort, and engineers that are in Hermanus, and how we then bring them together to work together in assisting the space engineering, particularly with our focus now on SIH and the other three flagship programs, such as the SIH, the AIT, as well as the Deep Space Network. On the space system for SIH, yes, indeed, we were not able to achieve that one. Of course, we have finalized the user requirements, which have been converted into the thematic user requirements, and that becomes important for our mission specification. Engineering has been working very hard. We have the concurrent development engineering facility, which is going to be critical in delivering in those space systems or the missions that have been defined within the SIH. And we're hoping that by the time the funding is released, that systems acquisition framework would have been finalized and approved by the board. And that also answered the AIT part that I responded to, Chair, on the 50% with all the measures that we're putting in terms of the PFMA and the notification that it's required for us to acquire the AIT facility becomes critical. But I just want to end on the question that was raised on the impact of the energy crisis. Chair, we have two national key points, which are 24/7 operational. And to our surprise, we are being subjected to load shedding, which in our understanding, we shouldn't be subjected to load shedding because of that status. And that has huge operational risks for us, particularly if you look at the Hartbeespoort, the space ops. We host about 85 satellite dishes, antennas. I think 36 of those are international clients. And you can imagine the risk that poses when we have no access to power. And therefore, that means that our reputation as well as a world-class facility, by the way, the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere, that ground station that we have, that we're risking on losing our customers. And the load shedding really has increased our costs of operations, and which really puts a huge pressure on our budget. Our equipments there, Chair and members of the portfolio committee, that includes in Hermanus for the 24/7 Space Weather Center, are very sensitive. And that means that, we're beginning to see a higher rate resulting in, failure of those systems, which results in high maintenance costs. And therefore, we of course, Chair, as part of trying to deal with these challenges, we're looking at renewables, but again, with cost containment measures, it means that there are implications on how we could, if we could reinvest some of the surplus money that we have in addressing some of the energy challenges that we have. Of course, we're putting in place measures to add redundancy in these critical systems. But of course, there are many single points of failure that do exist. And therefore, Chair and members, if you could engage with the public enterprise in assisting that we do get exempted from load shedding, particularly for the 2 sites, we'll really appreciate that. Chair, we're spending over, when we are at the higher stage of load shedding, we're spending over 1.2 million rands per month in those 2 sites. And this is money that we could reinvest in building internal capacity as well as extending our space capabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mudau. Ms. Sekgakge, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chair. The CEO has covered all the questions that you've asked. I think more for me is just to also acknowledge the comments that you made, especially regarding with regards to the targets on the investment in SMEs. You were speaking to DSI, but I suppose even us as entities, we can just incorporate that in our APPs, and one on the comment on the audit action plans as well, that there's a reason why we're having the audit action plans. We need to make sure that we are implementing them as intended so that we do not find ourselves regressing from the clean audit that we're at. Thank you so much for your inputs and your comments, and we will definitely ensure that we work as best as we can to not disappoint you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Sekgakge. Thank you very much, Mr. Mudau. I'd now like to hand over to DG Mjwara. I believe he is now on the platform.
Honorable Chair, the DG was with us, but as far as I know, he's just been called back into the meeting room at the Union Buildings to discuss the security matters he informed us of this morning. So, Honorable Chair, with your permission, I will then coordinate the DSI responses to the questions.
Okay, that's fine, because we have run over time. We were supposed to end at 2, but I think we should be done in the next couple of minutes.
We will be efficient with the time, Honorable Chair. I'm immediately going to invite my colleague, DDG Gugu Zwane, to respond to the question of oversight of entities and specifically the matter of the HSRC, which you had raised, Chair. Gugu?
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members and fellow colleagues. I'll be responding in terms of the HSRC oversight and the entities at large. What we normally do when there are findings is to create kind of like a plan in terms of addressing those issues, and then we address them with the entities in
DDG Zwane, we're losing you.
Them, give us a framework in terms of how. And I don't have the best network, Chair. I'll try. Let me perhaps switch off my camera.
Okay.
Yes. So what we do is that we would then monitor as a department if those are being resolved throughout the year. But then during the planning process as well, we do go back and revisit all the issues that had been raised and see if during the year they had been addressed. If not, how then do we address them in our planning for the next financial year? So that is what we do in a nutshell, hoping that is sufficient to cover what the chair, the question that came from the chairperson. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much, Gugu. I'm going to turn now, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, to DDG Imran Patel, who will speak to us on the questions raised with regard to research infrastructure investment and astronomy. Imran?
Thanks, Dan, and thanks to the honourable members for the questions. There were three that I want to take. The first was the question by the Honourable Chair about why we didn't achieve our research infrastructure target. It was 21 that we achieved, and we were supposed to achieve 25. Essentially, we have an annual, every 2 years we do a call for what we call high-end infrastructure. These are infrastructures that are required by other programs in DSI to support their projects and ambitions. And we open up the call at the start of the year, and by the time it went for external review and evaluation, it was already December. And so we then got approval from EXCO for the 6 grants that we were going to make. However, because we needed to manage our budgets due to cuts, a decision was taken not to start funding those in January, because then people hold cash surpluses, but only to invest in them in the new financial year. So those 6 that we would have then overachieved our target if we had funded those 6 in the last year. All of the contracting and other processes were finalized in the last financial year, and then in early April, those projects were then given the funding. So it was a matter of just managing the cash flow. There was no real implication on the project. Those are continuing now, and the only impact was that we didn't achieve our target, but we were able to redirect funding to other priorities in the last financial year. The second question around the astro-tourism strategy, that's been finalized now. And we are now working on the detailed implementation plan between ourselves and the Department of Tourism, with the view that these detailed implementation plans that we will develop would feed into the next 5-year strategic plan and ongoing APPs, etc., in terms of the funding. And then I think, Dan, the question around the ERA project and the unpacking of the data, that we can send through by a letter, just in terms of the demographics of the local ERA participants. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Imran. Honourable Chair, we're now going to turn to the questions which relates to the DSI Programme 2 Technology Innovation. And I'm going to invite Chief Director Konanane Ramashu to speak to us. Just to note, Honourable Chair, we certainly welcome your proposal for a specific engagement on commercialization between the DSI, TIA, CSIR, and all other entities involved. And we will also provide a written input on the breakdown of the demographics of the participants in the intellectual property training programs, as the Honourable Sabia requested. But I'm going to turn over to Mr. Shamuse, who's going to address the matters of the hydrogen study, the TVET energy students, and investment in SMEs. Connie, over to you.
Thank you, DDJ, and thank you to the honourable members. I think the first question that I have to deal with is the issue of overachieving on SMEs about. And I think the reason for that is that we had an unexpected uptake of the innovation innovation fund. So we didn't expect in our conceptualization that the innovation fund will be rolled so successfully. So hence we have exceeded that number. But what we are doing going forward is that, Chair, we are planning to use the current baseline to set up a cumulative target going forward. So in our next APP, you'll probably see that the current number will be the baseline going forward, but in an accumulative point. And the issue of underperformance regarding the issue of energy, it was really the issue of evidence, Chair, that we have received the report which indicated that we've achieved the target, but we didn't have all the evidence required to support that. So
it was safer for us to accept that we haven't reached that target. But the actual work has been performed, and we just didn't have the right evidence to support that at the time of the AG and reporting. So I think in a nutshell, those are the two issues that related to program 2. Thanks, DDG.
Thank you very much, Connie. Honourable Chair, we will then lastly chair to the questions which relate to the DSI Programme 5, Socioeconomic Innovation Partnerships, for which DDG Morphe is responsible for, but he unfortunately had to leave, so I'm going to respond on his behalf. First of all, the Honourable King raised a very important matter, which continues to be a big concern for the department with regard to the tax incentive, the delays in the turnaround of the processing of those applications. First of all, Honourable Member, we will do share the report you had referred to. We'd be happy to share that with the committee. And then secondly, there are a number of interventions being undertaken related to the infrastructure, the technology infrastructure. We spoke about the new digital platform, which will assist us to process the application, building the human capability within the directorate responsible, and then, of course, streamlining and making sure our administrative processes become more efficient. So that is a major concern, continues to be a major concern for the department. And then the Honourable Chair, you had specifically also pointed out, first of all, that the good performance with regard to responding to the district development model, and indeed we will be reflecting on how to increase that target. And then with regard to the underperformance on this introduction of innovation for service delivery, those challenges largely relate to lack of capacity at local government, where of course it's required to a crucial partner. They have to be a crucial partner in that enterprise. And you mentioned, Honourable Chair, the importance of collaboration with SALGA, etc. So that is being addressed. And then there's also some administrative challenges with regard to procurement policy, etc., which impacted on our ability to deliver there. But those are receiving attention. And then also with regard to the underperformance of the target of support for students in the green economy, aerospace and other critical industries, those largely was a result of the delay of funding received from National Treasury for the programs in that area, which were tied to a support program we received from the European Union. And then just to conclude, the other matters raised by the Honourable King, the science policy, that is our decadal plan. So indeed, that was presented to Cabinet. And with regard to the missions, when this that was the specific terminology used when the strategic plan was written. Following the finalization of the decadal plan, those missions will now be the societal grand challenges. So that's climate change and sustainability, the future of education, and indeed the future of society, and the other large-scale programs introduced by the decadal plan, such as, for example, energy and health research and innovation, and our different interventions for enhancing the competitiveness of our traditional industries and also exploiting new opportunities. So these missions, even if we're not calling them missions, are under preparation, and they will be reported on. And then I think the Honourable King also made a very crucial point, and that's how we match our budget spend with the achievement of targets. And this is sort of an immediate disconnect if we look at an almost full spend of the budget and 80% achievement of the targets. But of course, part of our budget is funding which is transferred to our entities, and not all work of the department finds expression directly in the output indicators of the APP. But this matter of marrying the budget with the outputs is something which is under the leadership of our CFO, and DDG Zwane is currently receiving attention to improve our planning purposes. And indeed, Honourable King, we appreciate your kind words on our performance, but we also agree with you that 80% is certainly also disappointing, and we are committed and determined to do better next year. And as always, Honourable Chair, we value the guidance and advice we got from the Honourable Members this morning, and we'll take that on board. So I think that concludes, Honourable Chair, to the best of our ability, the response on behalf of the DSI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG du Toit, and thank you very much to all the other DDGs that responded. we have interacted with the annual performance reports of the Department of Science and Innovation, the Technology Innovation Agency, and the South African National Space Agency. We have noted that overall there has been satisfactory performance by the department and these two entities. We have made our recommendations in areas where we need to improve in order for the work that we are doing to be meaningful and impactful. We also can't afford for any entity of this department to regress in any way, nor the department in its entirety. We really want to stress the importance of ensuring that the human resource of this department and its entities is intact, that it is inclusive. And I think we have, to a great extent, been brought into confidence in relation to that, which will transcend or translate to the projects and the various targets that the department and its entities has. I think there's also been a lot of recommendations that have come forth on how your work can be strengthened. And I think a lot of clarity has been given in areas where we sought clarity. So with that being said, colleagues, we will await the data and information that colleagues have indicated they will send. We will try our best to see how the remaining days can accommodate some of the issues we have indicated to be important for us to lift through a committee meeting. And so we wish you well, colleagues, with the work that you have to do. I mean, I think as you account on your performance, you already start to plan, how the future should look like, what you should improve on. And so we wish you well in your reflections on some of what the committee has spoken to. And we are hoping that we will see that progress in the coming reports. So I think I'd like to then leave it at that, and also congratulate, I think one of our colleagues from SANSA has been given an important role to play in the international space community. And we wish you well, we wish SANSA well in that regard. We are noting, colleagues, the challenges that colleagues have raised in doing your work around funding, around load shedding, and the issues around energy. And whilst Mr. Mudau was unpacking on the challenges around energy, it is our sector that should contribute greatly to creating that stability in not only for ourselves but for the country at large. And so we have a lot of pressure on our hands, on our shoulders, to make sure that we support the efforts of government and the various ministries responsible for bringing about energy sustainability or stability in the country. We must support them as the DSI in that regard. So yeah, I think that brings us to the end of our meeting. It is 17 minutes past 2. I think we've tried our best to remain within time, but also to ensure that we have fruitful and meaningful engagements nonetheless. I wish you all a happy Friday and a restful weekend. Thank you so much. This meeting has come to an end.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chair.
members.
Recording
stopped. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Have a nice weekend.
Hang shy, Mam Sibi.
Manje sengisemgwaqeni ayiphathi.
Siyabonga, ma.